Thank you, St. Michael's Worship Group. What a lovely way to welcome us back to St. Michael's Centre in Bristol, where Root and Branch launched ourselves as a reforming forum 2 years ago. It's great to be back as Spirit Unbounded, Human Rights in the Emerging Catholic Church. Thank you. Our beloved Spirit has dropped Breck and myself into these hot seats. Breck is a skilled filmmaker, facilitator and family person, and we're blessed to have her skills guiding us here today. So on behalf of everyone in Bristol, hello Rome. Hello to the world.
Hello.
It's wonderful that we are all linked together to watch and share.
And this is the brilliant Mary Ring, a gifted teacher, skilled communicator, and all-round fabulous human being. And we're very lucky to have her here today. Together, we're going to be helping you navigate the incredible speakers we have, the films, the music, and also moments of reflection.
We're approaching our Synodal Assembly in a spirit of prayer and deep listening. From time to time, we'll offer space just to reflect. Many of us welcome prayer. Many of us find it triggering. Please find us here a safe space for you.
It might be your first time attending an event like this, and we want you to feel comfortable, and we want you to be aware of who else is joining us from around the world. And so to help that community spirit grow, we'd like you to send in your pictures, questions, emails to us at asksu@gmail.com so we can share in your experience. And now we'd like to warmly welcome the wonderful Reverend Canon Julie Bradley. She's been a member of St. Michael's Church here for 40 years, an associate minister for 20 years, and recently retired. Her and her husband remain very active and wholeheartedly committed to the community here. So much so they were here all day yesterday, making sure everything ticked over perfectly. Thank you. And she's going to open with us now with a blessing. So thank you very much, Reverend Canon Julie Bradley.
Thank you, Breck. Well, good morning and welcome to St. Michael's Centre here in Stoke Gifford on the northern fringe of the city of Bristol. Welcome to those of you who are here in person, and welcome to those who are watching online from Rome and across the world. On behalf of the team here at St. Michael's, it's my very great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all. I believe in the stuff of dreams, the stuff of visions. There's a line in a song we sometimes sing that goes like this: where things impossible by faith shall be made possible. Where things impossible by faith shall be made possible. And the fact that we're here today is living testimony to the truth of this. It's true both in terms of the space we're meeting in. It's only in the last 10 years or so that this centre's been built. Just look at what was here before. But God put in the hearts of his people a dream, a vision to see this land used for kingdom purposes. And little by little, we've seen this vision become a reality. And it's true in terms of how we're meeting here now in this space for this special event, Spirit Unbounded. It was a little over 5 years ago that I had lunch here in our coffee shop with a lady called Pamela Perry. We met that day to chat about another event that she had asked me to speak at later in the year, to speak about my call and experience as an ordained priest in the Anglican Church. I showed her around the centre, and from the moment she set foot in the auditorium here, the seed of a dream was planted in her heart. A dream to gather together those within the Roman Catholic Church who have a vision for change, for renewal, for reform. Now, of course, COVID came along and impacted the working out of that dream. But actually, the amazing thing is that it ended up opening up so many more opportunities, so many more connections through online participation. When I said yes to Pamela's invitation to speak at that event in Salisbury 5 years ago, it was because I was so aware of others who'd gone before me. People who'd spoken up, who'd paid the price, who'd paved the way for me to be able to wear one of these. People whose huge perseverance and sacrifice enables me to have the freedom to fulfill the priestly ministry that God's called me to. But I'm very aware that there'll be some here today who felt that same sense of calling, but who haven't yet had an opportunity to fulfill it. And there'll be others for whom this symbol of priesthood might be a stumbling block, perhaps a painful reminder of priestly ministry exercised with anything but the shepherd's heart of God. I am so sorry. It should never be. That vision for change, for renewal, for reform, is what this synod is all about. It's what the Church of God badly needs. It's why I'm excited to be here with you today. One tiny seed planted, and look what's come from it. Of course, there's been a huge amount of vision and hard work from a great many people, wonderful, faithful people, including Pamela. I'm reminded of this picture that Jesus painted. What is the kingdom of God like? What shall I compare it to? It's like a mustard seed which a man took and planted in his garden. It grew and became a tree, and the birds perched in its branches. So as we gather together, in person and online, in Bristol, Rome, and across the world, let's not be afraid to dream those dreams, to run with the vision that God's put in our hearts. And let's be praying that as we do this, seeds of the kingdom will be planted, watered, seeds that will grow to bear good fruit, fruit that will endure, fruit that goes way beyond anything we could have asked or imagined. Listen to these words from the song I mentioned earlier, and let's take them as our hope, our prayer, our declaration for all the Lord has for us in the coming days. God is at work in us, his purpose to perform, building a kingdom of power, not of words, where things impossible by faith shall be made possible. Let's give the glory to him now. I'm going to hand over to Maggie Matthews from Stolen Lives, who's going to explain the symbolism of this empty chair. Thank you.
There is an empty chair at our gathering here in Bristol, and it's bound with ribbons. The chair is a gift. It's on loan. It's come from people who have experienced church-related abuse. The ribbons that are bound to it represent many people, many abused and unable to enter the church today, and perhaps unable, too, to come to a gathering like this. Some of them, I know, are watching, and some waiting for a report back. Some of those people are deeply thirsting for justice and curious as to whether ordinary Catholics will be concerned enough to stand up with them and for them, to seek justice on their behalf for grievous wrongs. So, as you listen today and you join in the conversations, please keep in your sight and in your thinking the empty chair. Please bring to mind the people badly hurt when the church exercises not love, but domination, not tender care, but shocking abuses of power. Come, breath of the Spirit, unbind us from our fear, bring us out of our silence, give us the courage to enter difficult but mature conversations to find a way forward. Bind us with your wisdom, your strength, your tenderness. Bind us with your love. Amen.
Thank you, Maggie. And each time we look at that beautiful chair, we'll remember those who cannot be with us. And now we're going to return to St. Michael's worship group for the song Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I praise than when we first begun.
Thank you to Reverend Canon Julie Bradley for her beautiful words before, and of course to St. Michael's worship group there for sharing that stunning rendition of Amazing Grace. And talking of Amazing Grace, we are now joined by the brilliant Penelope Middlebow and wonderful Maggie Conway. They represent an amazing team, many of whom are here in Bristol today and in Rome. They together, with the wonderful Holy Spirit, have made this event happen. Thank you, Maggie and Penelope.
Welcome, friends. This is our Kairos moment. We have arrived at the final 2 days of our Spirit Unbounded festival. Human rights in the emerging Catholic Church, a lay-led synodal assembly. Today we gather here, not just as individuals, but as a global community, united by a shared vision. We are here to celebrate life and our diversity, and to amplify the voices of those marginalized by our hierarchical church, and to actively work towards building a more inclusive, compassionate, and just future. The journey that has brought us here has been marked by meticulous preparations, deep listening, and discernment. This is our Kairos moment, and accompanied by the Holy Spirit, imbued with her gift of courage, we are unstoppable. What is Spirit Unbounded? It's a powerful movement, a global network of Catholic and other reform groups that embrace life, diversity, and actively advocate for the inclusion of those marginalized by the church hierarchy. They are our companions, a growing community, numbering at the latest count 47 global networks and groups, all answering the Spirit's call to be upstanders for justice. We are joined by other Christian and faith communities too. We know that we have much we can learn from their wisdom. Over the past few days, we embarked on a transformative journey of learning and listening. We have been privileged to hear the testimony of voices that have been silenced for far too long. These testimonies, carefully recorded and preserved, now form a library of knowledge at your disposal. It is a permanent resource, a wellspring of inspiration and insight that I encourage you to revisit often. Today we continue that journey, coming to you live from here in Bristol in the UK and Rome in Italy. We've been blessed with speakers representing every corner of the globe, from Africa to Asia, Europe, Latin America, North America, the Middle East and Oceania. Together we stand stronger, bound by our shared commitment to build a more inclusive, just, compassionate, and beatitudinal church. And now, let Penelope tell you more about the last energizing days.
Brilliant, Maggie. Oops, kick that. As you say, today is historic. Thanks to Pope Francis, the defences have been breached because he's called for change to begin from below. Over the next 2 days, we hear how, despite all the good work of Catholics, human rights are being abused by the Catholic Church every minute, everywhere. After today, we can no longer say, "But I never knew." It's a perestroika moment. It's a moment that's bringing the walls down. We may not be nailing our 95 theses to a church door, but we're opening the door to a lay church that has in truth been emerging for decades and for which the moment has now come. It's surely time. In Rome, Sister Joan inspires us all to live the discipleship of equals, as Dr. Mary Macaleese shows us how the clerical church still tries to deny us. In Bristol, Stephen Newcomb explains how the papal doctrine of discovery, first used to exploit and oppress the New World, led to a worldwide doctrine of domination that continues today. We bring you the historical evidence of Jesus' female disciples, whose memory has been so long suppressed. But we're also focused on now, on the future. We update ourselves on the German synodal way and consider the meaning of this synod in Rome for LGBTQIA Catholics and their allies. And we debate Catholic social justice and our responsibility for the imperiled ecology of this planet with Leonardo Boff. The emerging lay-led church is not afraid. We're not shy of intelligent debate on church-related sexual abuse or church teachings on birth control and abortion. In fact, many of our speakers have taken huge personal risks to speak to you. Now, many can't be with us in these 2 days, but in short film clips, they call out to us, especially religious sisters in Africa and Asia who feel responsible for what's happening in our church. Well, we're with you. We do too. Now, I said I wouldn't be sad, but anyway, there's so much more. This, as Maggie says, is the Kairos moment, the moment the clerical hierarchy is overshadowed by the emerging church, the church of the laity, of the unbounded spirit. And how wonderful to be able to join hands with our colleagues in Rome. Now, there's going to be a bit of delay between us, but we can wait. So we say hello to Miriam Daignan in Roma.
Hello from Rome. Benvenuti a tutti, tutti, tutti. I'm quoting you-know-who, Pope Francis. We are here in Rome, literally outside the Vatican Wall. When you go out of this house, it's called Casa Bonus Pasta, we can see the wall, and we are shouting over the wall today, so raise your voices. The Casa Bonus Pasta, the place we're at today, is actually owned by the Diocese of Rome, and we've covered up the Vatican state flags here, by the way, naughty. And there are Synod delegates staying in this house with us, so we will be having lunch with them. And many of our group have already engaged with them, and they're getting on and off the bus going into the Vatican. It's wonderful to have a very spirited crowd here in Rome. It's lovely to see you all. And we have many different nationalities. People have come from far and wide, so it's really wonderful to have you. My name is Miriam Daignan. I am the Director of Communication for the Weingards Institute for Catholic Research, and also part of the leadership team for Women's Ordination Worldwide. You may have heard of us. We had quite a few events last week, made a bit of a purple splash all over Rome. I'm going to get on now and introduce our first speaker, and she is Dr. Paola Lazzarini Orru, journalist and expert on women in the Italian Church, and the founder of the Catholic feminist group Chiesa. Paola will be speaking in Italian and translated by Dr. Luca Badini, who's going to come up and swap over Italian to English. So please come up.
Benvenute e benvenuti a tutti qui a Roma. Molti di voi vengono da lontano e ci guardano da lontano, come sappiamo. Grazie. vorrei dirvi qualche parola su che cosa significhi essere donne cattoliche proprio qui, in Italia, così vicino al Vaticano.
Welcome to Rome. Many of you have come from far away or are watching us from far away. And for this reason, I would like to try to tell you a few words about what it means to be a Catholic woman right here in Italy, so close to the Vatican.
Passeggiando lungo il Tevere troverete probabilmente più uomini che donne con la gonna, in particolare una lunga gonna nera, perché qui l'appartenenza alla casta sacerdotale si deve vedere a distanza.
Walking along the Tiber, you will probably see more men wearing dresses than women. In particular, a long black dress, because here belonging to the priestly caste must be seen from a distance.
Non è semplicemente un particolare curioso, si tratta di una precisa manifestazione di forza. E qui in Italia questa forza è presente a tutti i livelli.
It is not simply a curious detail, it is an explicit manifestation of strength. And here in Italy, this strength is present at all levels.
Nella disposizione urbanistica delle nostre città, che sono costruite attorno alle chiese.
In the urban planning layout of the cities, which are built around churches.
Nella legislazione tributaria, che favorisce la Chiesa Cattolica sia per le tasse che chiede di versare, sia nella sua ricezione di una percentuale della quota erariale.
And in tax legislation, which favors the Catholic Church, both by giving it a tax rebate and by giving it a percentage of the tax revenue collected by the state.
Questa forza e onnipresenza si traduce anche nel fatto che la Chiesa in buona misura integra lo Stato nei servizi di welfare, come scuole e ospedali, ma sostanzialmente lo sostituisce quando si tratta di servizi per persone in situazione di grave povertà.
This strength and omnipresence also translates into the fact that the Church often complements the state in offering welfare services, such as schools and hospitals, and it even replaces the state, for example, with regard to the services for people in situation of dire deprivation.
Se è così in molti paesi, qui lo è in modo massiccio. Il Papa è una figura onnipresente nelle nostre TV e sui nostri giornali.
And while this may be the case in many countries, it is the case here in a particularly profound way. And the Pope is an omnipresent figure on and in the newspapers.
A questa forza fa da contraltare una pesante debolezza. È quella debolezza che spinge a prendere posizioni anche su questioni su cui la Chiesa non ha competenza, dalla denatalità al testamento biologico, nel tentativo di restare un attore politico rilevante in un mondo secolarizzato.
This strength is offset by a deep weakness. It is that weakness that pushes the hierarchy to take a position on issues on which they have no competence, from the declining birth rate to living wills, in an attempt to remain a political actor relevant in a secularized world.
È quella stessa debolezza che dà risposta ai dubbi di 5 vecchi cardinali, ma non alle richieste di metà del popolo di Dio.
It's that weakness that provides answers to the dubia of 5 elderly cardinals while refusing to answer the requests of half the people of God.
Questo perché è decisamente più facile e si può tentare di farlo cercando di non scontentare nessuno.
And this because it's decidedly easier to answer the former, and you can do that while attempting not to displease anyone.
Stare vicino al potere come donne significa sentire il peso di non essere mai interlocutrici, ma sempre una questione.
Being close to clerical power as women means feeling the burden of never being regarded as equal conversation partners, but rather of being considered an issue to be kept at bay.
Una questione da tenere a bada inserendo una donna qui o 54 donne lì, come al Sinodo.
An issue to be kept at bay by inserting a woman here, 54 women there, with great pomp, as at the current Synod.
Significa anche incontrare le suore che vivono nel seminterrato della civiltà cattolica e fanno da cuoche e cameriere a quegli stessi padri gesuiti che scrivono saggi sugli abusi spirituali sulle suore.
It also means meeting the nuns who live in the basement of the Jesuit review Civiltà Cattolica and act as cooks and waitresses for the same Jesuit priests who write essays on the spiritual abuse of nuns.
Non saprei contare le volte in cui mi sono sentita dire: se le cose non ti stanno bene puoi sempre lasciare la Chiesa, come se l'appartenenza a una comunità di fede fosse un abito che si mette e si toglie. A chi desidera una riforma viene negata la cattolicità, si nega il nostro amore per la Chiesa e queste mura diventano ancora più alte.
I can't count the times I've been told, if you're not okay with how things are, you can always leave the church, as if belonging to a faith community were merely a dress that you put on and take off. Those who want reform are cast as lacking Catholicity and love for the church. These walls become very high.
Certo, oggi nessuno nega che le donne abbiano la stessa dignità degli uomini, eppure restiamo ai margini, ma sono diventati molto raffinati nel modo di parlare. Come Papa Francesco che rispondendo ai dubbi dice: non possiamo contraddire la norma che esclude le donne, ma possiamo farne oggetto di studio, magari facendo un'altra commissione che tanto poi finisce in nulla.
Of course, today no one denies that women have the same dignity as men, and yet we are still on the margins. But the way we are talked about has become more refined, like we see in Pope Francis' recent answer to the Jubia, when he says, we cannot contradict the norm that excludes women from ordination, but we can study it. Maybe by setting up yet another study commission that will end with nothing.
Il potere è sempre lo stesso, quello di dire cosa sia ortodossia e cosa è eresia. E anche oggi le donne sono chiamate a dire che il re è nudo. Come diceva Umberto Eco, gratta l'eresia troverai l'emarginato.
The power is always the same, the power of saying what is orthodoxy and what is heresy. And to this day, women are still called upon to say is naked. As the writer Umberto Eco used to say, heresy you will find the outcast.
Come donna, come femminista cattolica, so che siamo le emarginate e non mi posso nascondere le difficoltà.
As a woman, as a Catholic feminist, I know that we are marginalized and I cannot hide the difficulties.
In Italia l'associazionismo cattolico è nato storicamente con intenti antifemministi e un femminismo cattolico di base non è mai veramente nato. Le donne italiane sono state e sono tuttora in gran parte sempre le migliori alleate della Chiesa cattolica contro i mali del modernismo.
In Italy, Catholic women's associations have historically been born with anti-feminist intentions, so that a grassroots Catholic feminism has never really been born. Italian women have been the Catholic Church's best allies against the evils of modernism, and to an extent they still are their best allies.
Ma oggi qualcosa si è rotto. Oggi perfino in Italia le donne che si dichiarano cattoliche e che non frequentano mai la Chiesa sono più di quelle che la frequentano regolarmente, un sorpasso molto recente.
But today something is broken. Today, even in Italy, women who self-identify as Catholic and who never attend church outnumber those who attend it regularly. It's a very recent development.
Si è consumata una frattura fra la Chiesa e le donne e le ragioni non riguardano, a mio modo di vedere, solo l'accesso tardivo delle donne italiane al mondo del lavoro, tardivo rispetto ad altri paesi occidentali, per cui la secolarizzazione le ha raggiunte più tardi.
It's a very recent development that says something very profound. A rupture has taken place between the church and women, and the reasons do not concern, in my opinion, only the belated access of women to the world of work, which has lagged behind other Western countries, and which has meant that secularization has reached Italian women later than women elsewhere in the West.
Ma anche la sempre più ingiustificabile discriminazione di cui siamo oggetto e recentemente l'emersione della sistematica pratica degli abusi. Da un lato abbiamo smesso di accettare che i diritti acquisiti nella società non valgano tra le mura delle chiese. Dall'altro si è rotta la fiducia e le madri hanno smesso di affidare i propri bambini alle parrocchie.
But this rupture is also due to the increasingly unjustifiable discrimination that women are subjected to, and more recently still, the emergence into light of a systemic practice of abuse. On the one hand, we have stopped accepting that rights acquired in civil society are not valid within the walls of the church. On the other hand, trust has broken down and mothers have stopped entrusting their children to parishes.
La risposta della Chiesa italiana è stata insufficiente. La Conferenza Episcopale Italiana è una di quelle che ha rifiutato di mettere in campo una vera e propria indagine condotta da una commissione indipendente come è avvenuto altrove. E questa reticenza non ha fatto altro che acuire la sfiducia.
The response of the Italian Church has been insufficient. The Italian Episcopal Conference is one of those that has refused to put in place a proper investigation conducted by an independent commission, as has happened elsewhere, and this reticence has only strengthened mistrust.
Il lockdown, inoltre, con il fiorire di immagini di preti che celebrano da soli in videoconferenza, ha tolto qualunque illusione riguardo alla dimensione comunitaria e al ruolo del popolo di Dio. La nostra Chiesa è ostaggio di una casta.
Moreover, the pandemic lockdown, with the proliferating of images of priests celebrating alone via video conference, has finally removed any illusion regarding its communitarian dimension and the role of the people of God. The Church is hostage to a caste.
Questa profonda, radicale frattura si consuma mentre la domanda spirituale continua a crescere, soprattutto quella delle donne che sono ovunque nel mondo le più vicine alla preghiera e alla pratica religiosa.
This deep and radical fracture is taking place while spiritual demand continues to grow, especially that of women who are everywhere in the world the closest to prayer and religious practice.
Se le persone lasciano la Chiesa cattolica, ma la loro richiesta spirituale rimane costante, se non crescente, significa semplicemente che cercano altrove. La scorsa settimana a Milano, la mia città, è arrivato San Guru, un guru indiano, e 5.000 persone hanno pagato un biglietto carissimo per ascoltarlo e meditare con lui. La Chiesa cattolica agisce come se avesse ancora il monopolio del sacro e della spiritualità, ma non è così, nemmeno in Italia, nemmeno a Roma.
If people leave the Catholic Church, but their spiritual demand remains constant, if not growing, then it simply means that people are looking elsewhere. Last week, Sadhguru, an Indian guru, arrived in Milan, my city. 5,000 people paid a very expensive ticket to listen to him and meditate with him. The Catholic Church acts as if it has a monopoly on the sacred and on spirituality, but it does not even in Italy, not even in Rome.
Solo un dato: in Italia, nel post-Covid, la partecipazione alla funzione domenicale è scesa del 25% rispetto a prima.
To give you an example, in the post-COVID era, church attendance is down 25% in Italy in comparison with before the pandemic.
siamo adesso sul 19%
And we are-
di persone che vanno.
And we are now around 19% of church attendance.
L'istituzione si sta erodendo dall'interno perché è continuamente in posizione difensiva davanti alle minacce esterne, ma soprattutto davanti alle richieste interne. E questo è un veleno che non dice nulla alla vita reale delle persone, che ormai sono consapevoli e autonome nelle proprie scelte politiche, affettive e sessuali.
The institution is eroding from within because it is continually in a defensive position in the face not only of external threats, but above all of internal demands. Such an attitude is poisonous and says nothing to the real life of people who are now conscious and autonomous subjects in their political, affective and sexual choices.
Il Sinodo potrà cambiare qualcosa di questo atteggiamento? Io faccio fatica a crederci.
Will this synod be able to change something about this attitude? I doubt it.
Questa organizzazione di un potere clericale interamente gerarchico, maschile, imperiale, storicamente è finita, non ha più giustificazioni ed è chiarissimo a tutti che non ha futuro.
The social organization of an entirely hierarchical, entirely male and imperial clerical power is over. Historically, it no longer has any justification and it is clear that it has no future.
Ma dal momento che la gerarchia ha fatto di questo sistema non solo un principio organizzativo, ma lo ha sacralizzato, allora le speranze di riforma diventano molto sottili e sono senz'altro legate a noi donne.
But since the hierarchy regards this system not merely as an organizational principle, but rather by insisting it is sacred, they have elevated it as a foundation of the hierarchy's very existence. Therefore, the hopes for reform become very slim and are largely tied to women, rely on women.
Solo se la Chiesa farà entrare le donne pienamente nella sua struttura potrà far saltare questo regime clericale fondato sul maschio celibe, ingiusto, vecchio, lontano dalla vita. Ma questo fermerebbe l'emorragia dei fedeli? No, io non penso, ma bisogna farlo semplicemente perché è giusto.
For only if the Church will make women fully part of its structure will it be able to overthrow this clerical regime founded on the male and celibate priest. It's a regime which is unjust, old, removed from life. Would this stop the hemorrhaging of the faithful, both male and female? Probably not, but it must be done simply because it is right.
Allora, incontrarsi qui a Roma, a così poca distanza dal Sinodo ufficiale, per me è il segnale che la vita, quella con la V maiuscola, quella di chi si è definito via, verità e vita, non permette a nessuno di contenerla e ridurla. Vi ringrazio.
So, us meeting here in Rome, while the official synod is being held just a short distance away, is for me a sign that life, the one with a capital L, the one of him who described himself as the way, the truth, and the life, that life does not allow anyone to contain it or diminish it. Thank you very much for your attention.
We got people standing, Paola. Thank you so much, Paola. Thank you for the translation, Luca. That was fabulous. Now we're going to have a 5-minute video clip, just as Bristol are getting their next speakers set up. And this is from our online program that has played throughout the week. This comes from the Wednesday section on women priests. So you will soon be seeing on screen Associate Professor Maeve Heaney. She is the director of the Xavier Centre for Theology in Brisbane, Australia. And she's also the author of a book called Suspended God, Music and a Theology of Doubt.
We don't know what the future of the church is going to be like. We don't even know what the future of the world is going to look like. We can imagine that some things will stay the same and others will grow. And to quote John Henry Newman, that some things may change in order to stay the same. Tradition is a beautiful and complex, growing and living thing. We will help that happen if we all live to the full each of our own callings and vocations. And we know that there are systemic realities of collaboration and governance that we need to rethink. Pope Francis asked us to do that in 2013. We're still only beginning that journey. But the way to do it, I believe, is that we deeply live the callings that we know that we are called to in order to help shape the future. The priesthood is for everybody. The church is for everybody. It is ours. We belong to one another.
Inspirational Maeve Heaney there for sharing her insight. Some wonderful speakers and films, and please do go online and check them after the event if you haven't already. And just to the team in Rome as well, thank you to them. Please do bear with us for any technical glitches. It's obviously quite a complex setup between us and Rome and the rest of the world. We are trying to resolve. Now, our next guests. They were once described to Mary and me as the Thelma and Louise of religious documentaries. They certainly are glamorous, but that doesn't do justice to their impressive academic work. Their narrative is hard-hitting and far-reaching, and we are very lucky to have them with us for Spirit Unbounded. They are Professor Helen Bond of Christian Origins and Professor Joan Taylor of Christian Origins and Second Temple Judaism. And they're giving a talk on Women Remembered, Jesus' Female Disciples. It's also the title of their recent book. Now, we will be taking questions for them at the end of their talk, and if you want to email in, for any of you out there who the questions spring into your head, email them to us at asksu@gmail.com, and please do remember to say for Helen and Joan, because we're getting quite a few emails at the moment. AskSU2023@gmail.com. Apologies. We've got quite a few email addresses. So hello to Helen and Joan. Are you out there? Are you ready to... Hi! Yeah. Where are you joining us from, Helen?
I'm just outside Edinburgh.
Oh, fantastic. Not too far. And what about Joan? Have we got Joan there?
I'm joining from New Zealand.
Oh, fantastic. A truly international event. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Not sure who's joining by phone.
You guys ready?
Yes, are we ready to go then?
Absolutely. We're very, very excited to hear from you both.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this event. We're both delighted to be here, so thank you. As has already been said, we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the ideas in a recent book that we authored together, Women Remembered, Jesus' Female Disciples, available from Hodder 2021, it came out. The book was actually, came out of a documentary that we had done together for Channel 4 a few years earlier in 2018. This was called Jesus' Female Disciples, The New Evidence. And here we are, Thelma and Louise, like in a cave, looking for evidence of Saint Salome in a cave near Bethlehem. I think we've got one or two more pictures of the documentary itself. Our great producer on the left and director, Anna Cox on the right. And I think another picture of us on the road in Tiberias. And finally, one of my favorite pictures from the documentary is a picture of us. This is very Thelma and Louise. This is us driving around Galilee. We wanted to somehow relive the experiences of women on the road, or at least, you know, that traveling aspect of those women who were moving around with Jesus. Luckily, we did do it by 4x4 Jeep, which was much easier than the women had in the time of Jesus. But all of that is to say that we have spent a lot of time thinking about these things, and what we're interested in is who were Jesus's female disciples, and what do people remember about them?
So I hope this mic comes through okay. Just to sort of interrupt, my sound is cutting out a bit, so I hope my sound. I know many of you will be very familiar with. Her famous book, of course, is The Memory of Her, from 1983. And she has really been one of the most important people in terms of bringing out so much in terms of how we interpret scripture and in terms of history. Her fundamental aim is to be a historian and to excavate really behind the text, to understand what might the historical reality be. So it's not just staying with the text itself is a kind of way into historical reality rather than an endpoint. She's rather suspicious of the fact that people read the text as a window to reality. It creates a reality, and you have to read the text with hermeneutic of suspicion. Some of you will be very familiar with this. It allows us to have some creative license to contextualize women in the time of Jesus, and we've certainly tried in the documentary to use our imagination, to use everything that we know as historians to bring the women disciples of Jesus to life, and be very suspicious of the androcentrism of texts, which shine the light on the men all the time, and so we don't really see women. Women are always marginalized around the corners of our text, and we have to actually resist this. So our work in terms of the documentary and the book, like many of those who have gone before us, is bringing the women out of the shadows and putting them in the forefront. And if any of you are wondering why the women are in the shadows in the first place, it's not simply because the ancient world was incredibly patriarchal. It's also a defensive tactic, we think, for early Christian texts to be mindful of the kind of criticisms they got from outsiders, like Celsus, an anti-Christian philosopher, who wrote about Jesus' resurrection as being easy to dismiss because the evidence was based on the witness of a delirious woman. So what we see as a wonderful thing of Mary Magdalene's witness was viewed by outsiders as something that was laughable because it was in the hands of a woman to testify about this important event, so that the Christian texts are actually defensive texts, trying to minimize the role of women, to how much that would be an impediment to getting the message across. Over to Helen.
you just bear with us for just a moment, we're just trying to reconnect with Helen, and we will keep you updated.
This is where we offer a short time in prayer.
Have you got one in your bag?
Holy Spirit, be with us. Bring us back to communicating with each other.
For those of you who haven't seen the documentary, it's a 60-minute piece by Channel 4. It's fantastic. It's really engrossing in terms of the pictures that you saw. It doesn't really do it justice. They really take themselves down into caves, to old churches, and meet incredible people and go into the archives. It's quite a journey to go on for 60 minutes, and the discoveries they make are...
Yes, I mean, I can talk, but I'm concerned about Helen not being able to talk. Is there any way to reach Helen?
It's available on YouTube. It's free to view. There are a series of actual documentaries on women and forgotten disciples, but theirs is quite standout. So it's definitely worth seeing them in action and them clarifying their arguments and their evidence to support both the book and their academic study.
And perhaps we can share with you one or two of the questions that have come in for Helen and Joan already. So points for us to be thinking about if we get the chance to ask them questions. Are we coming back in yet? Here's one of the great questions, I think, for them, which is asking them, what reactions, if any, have you had from the established Christian, Catholic in particular, churches to the evidence that you have uncovered of the misogynistic foundations of the early church from AD 300 onwards? So since they aired that documentary, what sorts of reactions have they had in particular from the Catholic Church? We hope they'll be able to answer that one.
Actually, to be honest, we've had an overwhelming amount of support. I am rather concerned about Helen being left on the but we really have had a tremendous amount of support, and the feedback we received was just overwhelming.
That's wonderful.
There was a great deal of enthusiasm from young people, which was very encouraging, but also people in all sorts of roles within the church, priests, ministers, pastors, deacons, writing to us and saying how much they enjoyed the documentary, and it was a real eye-opener. So I hope people will watch it on YouTube and not be too alarmed by our PowerPoint presentation today, because we really tried to be very, very balanced, I think, in our presentation. We didn't want to indicate that we were presenting something that wasn't quite generally agreed upon. And we concentrated also on the New Testament texts. We didn't use extra canonical texts. Some of you will be quite familiar with the Gospel of Mary and Gnostic literature and all sorts of wonderful Christian work from the early centuries, but our focus was on the New Testament, especially the Gospel. So I think that was familiar to people. We weren't pushing people beyond the bounds of the New Testament.
Thank you. That's fascinating, particularly the responses you've had there from young people. Can I move on to another question, Joan, since you're so kindly... Helen, sorry. At a time when both the church and all churches to varying degrees and society are more widely...
I'm going to...
I think you're being brought back in?
I'm stopping sharing. I'm stopping sharing the PowerPoint in case that works. Nothing? Okay. Look, let's just talk to people. We don't need to work on this PowerPoint. We're happy to have conversation, and if Helen can't speak, I will respond, and perhaps Helen can chat with people in the chat.
Yes, we'll do what we can to make that possible.
Okay, all right then.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, I think going to more questions and chat is a great idea. So what was the next question that you had there?
Well,
everyone read the book and go and watch the documentary instead.
We will do that. So if I could just pick up on this question, society more widely is still grappling with the full inclusion and equality of women, and particularly in differing churches. How do you suggest we progress from a position of knowing that the narrative we've been fed is false to a real meaningful inclusion? What might be your suggestions? I think it's quite a surprise to many believers that the narrative is false.
I can't see anything in the chat or hear anything, but...
I can hear you again.
Oh my goodness.
I went out and came in. Oh no, has it just all gone horribly wrong?
It has all gone horribly wrong. But I don't know if we should try reopening the PowerPoint and keep going. But really, people are listening, and I'm glad that you're interested in our work. We really stand on the shoulders of so many people that have come before us in terms of this study. But someone asked a question, Helen, about the reaction we've had in terms of the program and also our book, and it is really extraordinary how positive it has been. There have always been some people who are resistant, but I think overall we've been surprised at how positive the reaction has been.
Yeah, absolutely. I expected far more pushback, actually. I expected that we would get a lot of people saying, you're just importing modern concerns, you're feminists looking for a feminist Jesus. But I think we were both blown away by it. I mean, we spent, after the documentary, I think we both spent at least 2 days just doing nothing else other than responding to emails, and then we've had lots of positive feedback since then, including from very young people, which I think is really nice. Young people who say, "Oh, I would really like to be a minister in the church," or "I'm very interested in Christianity, and your program gave me lots of things to inspire me." So I think that for me was one of the best things about hearing from younger people too.
Isn't that
and
wonderful?
I think it is important to try and keep a vision of what historical reality was. We're historians, and while there are a lot of things going on in terms of church matters today that can seem quite depressing or reactionary and resistant to change, the more you just keep on going, focusing on what is historically there, the better. One of the things that we found, and we wanted to show you in the PowerPoint, is how art in the early church can reveal a story. We were very influenced by Ali Katjes, who's done fantastic work on art, and she's shown how art reveals the real leadership of women in catacombs and sarcophagi, when in fact other places don't, because texts can be edited, texts are copied over time, and editorial things can change what texts say, whereas art is art. You'd have to destroy it to get rid of it. Mm-hmm. So we worked with her in Rome, and we were in the museums of Rome, really going around and seeing extraordinary images of women that just are so illuminating in terms of women's place in the early church.
It might be as well to give an overview of some of the things we were going to say, or at least I was trying to say, but for some reason it wasn't picking up my voice. I mean, you know, the difficulty is, of course, these texts are androcentric texts. They're interested in shining the light on what the men are doing, but every now and then you do catch a glimpse. And those were the things that we were pouncing on and trying to ask questions about. So, I mean, for me, one of the interesting things in Mark's gospel is that we get right to the end, you know, Jesus is on the cross. And then suddenly Mark says, oh, there were women there looking from a distance. And this changes our whole impression of the ministry. Up till then, we just sort of got that idea of Jesus with 12 male disciples, which of course is what you see in every film, even documentaries about Jesus. Nowadays, Mary Magdalene sometimes gets in there, but it's very much this sort of male group. But then Mark says right at the end that there's women there too, and they've been traveling with them from Galilee. So they've been on the road with Jesus all the way. And I think that's quite incredible. And so also when Jesus sends out the disciples 2 by 2, you know, normally if we're thinking about Jesus with 12 male disciples, we assume that he's sending out 6 groups of 2. But if we've got all these women there too, what are they doing? It's most likely that Jesus is sending them out in pairs. And in fact, that little phrase 2 by 2, as Joan has pointed out in her research, goes right back to Genesis, the story of Noah and the ark. And so it's most likely that these are gendered pairs. And that's exactly the way that the early church sorts itself out, in having male and female, often married couples, but perhaps not always.
That's really...
Absolutely. So we had a lot to work with. Once we started, we found that there was a great deal of evidence, and using this method of looking around the corners of text and finding the women at the margin and bringing them out and shining a light on them and contextualizing them really creates a different view of what the early church was about, where it was much more about men and women working together to spread the mission. And, you know, Helen and I, when we were out on the road making the documentary, we brainstormed on what it would have been like for the women on the road with Jesus, as we have in Luke 8. We've got the story of Mary Magdalene and Joanna and Susanna out on the road with Jesus. What was that actually like? And the women were very likely talking to other women. And that story of the women talking to other women is actually an untold stream of the early church, because we know there are all these women that were very influential in spreading the message in the church. All the way through to the 4th century, we hear about fantastically important women, but we don't know how they heard the message. And of course, you know, even today, everywhere, women talk to other women and spread messages. So we want that paradigm to be very central in what the disciples of Jesus were doing.
And a really interesting text, actually, from the New Testament is the final chapter of Paul's letter to the Romans, Romans 16. This is a letter that's really crucial for Paul. He's setting out his theology, but he's sending it to a group that he doesn't know and who don't know him, and he's planning to visit them. And chapter 16 is a list of all the people that he knows in Rome, and he's hoping that they're going to vouch for him. So it's one of the rare times where we have this sort of almost a snapshot of, you know, a little picture of the Roman congregation. And it's amazing how diverse and how feminine it is. Of all of those names, a third of them are women. And that's quite incredible. And that's something that we don't get a sense of anywhere else, because the other texts are just telling us, you know, what's happening in the public realm, who's doing what, who's taking the message. But a female leader in the church there in Corinth. And she must be the one carrying the letter to the Roman churches. So that's why he's commending her, because she's bringing it with her. And presumably, she's not just dropping it off. Presumably, she knows Paul well. They've spoken about its contents. Presumably, she's going to read it out and answer questions if people have them. So I find it incredible that Paul's first interpreter was probably a woman from the church in Corinth. And then these other women that Paul mentions are people who are, he says, they're apostles, they're leaders of house churches, all kinds of things there. So it's a really, really interesting little sudden sort of glimpse of what women's lives were really like in the early church.
So now we're very much stuck on the idea of ordained ministry, but the early church wasn't all about ordained ministry. It had far more important roles for a whole diverse range of roles. And that's also something that we want to concentrate on. When people question, should women be in positions of ordained ministry? Where is this ordained ministry, in the early church? Because it's much more spirit-driven. And the co-workers of Paul, as people who are going out and spreading the message, were clearly fired by that more than anything.
Mm-hmm. It's also important to remember, I mean, as Joan says, there's no sort of titles, there's no ministers, and what a deacon does in one place is probably very different to what a deacon does or an elder does in another place. But you also have to remember that the early church is expecting that the end is going to come very soon. The end of time. Jesus is going to come back, and there's going to be judgment, and so they're not planning for the long term. They're not developing structures. They're very much a group that's expecting to be living in the last times, and I think that kind of group is much more egalitarian anyway, because it is a question of all hands to the deck, get out there, get going, and women's help and women's participation in that kind of community, I think, is much more expected. It's only later that when the church realizes that it's going to be there for the long term, that structures start to be put together. And as Joan has said, it's a bad thing to have a new religion that has women out of control. So it was very important for the church to make sure that women knew their place, that they weren't, too visible, that they were demure and modest. And so you see this kind of movement as the decades go on, and as Christianity realizes that it's got to prepare for a certain amount of time in the world.
If you have...
Well, we might have had our slot now. The time might be up. I don't know.
I don't know if there's any questions or any comments that anybody has.
We do absolutely have those, and you've got another...
Fire away, whatever they are.
Another 10 minutes or so. We're probably keeping you up...
I don't know where they are. Where do we find them?
Can you hear us? Can you hear our question? Joan, Helen, either of you picking up our question from Bristol?
I can't hear anything.
We seem to have lost contact with everybody.
We're on our own here.
Okay. If we should get through to you, please just keep talking, because we're enjoying it so much. Are you hearing us now?
Yes.
Yes.
We've had a question about the significance of veiling, in that early archaeological descriptions of women, pre-400 AD, appear unveiled, and later on they're veiled. Well, what was the significance of veiling, and had this pattern of dress already existed in other cultures? Can you enlighten us at all?
That's a really good question. Ali Katia is again a good person on this. If you look at the art through the 4th century, you can see women basically getting veiled by the end of the 4th century. And of course, the 4th century was when Christianity became the imperial Roman religion, with the Emperor Constantine at the beginning of the 4th century, and then his sons interrupted by Julian the Apostate in the middle of the 4th century. But it was then a Roman imperial project to get Christianity in order. And we know that Constantine also favoured the kind of Christianity that was active in his army, as did his successors. And it seems like in the 4th century there was more restrictiveness for women. Certainly they were trying to rein in women from roles in terms of sacraments and ministry. And women get veiled. And it was all about an ideal of modesty. It had been around for a while, but now it was really something that was spread around all of Christian women, that they should be veiled, and very veiled, totally covered up.
Thank you. That's really interesting. If I may just add for any of our listeners, Joan and Helen have referred several times to Dr. Ali Katous. That's ALLYKATEUSZ. And if you go to alikatous.com, you'll find a wealth of what Joan and Helen have been talking about. And of course, Ali has also spoken for us on Spirit Unbounded. So do please look out for the name Ali Katous. It's beautiful to see the evidence remaining in carved stone art, for example, whereas words and books and scripts are easily altered. I don't know if you want to add any more onto that, Helen or Joan.
Well, we planned to show you a couple of pictures because, as you say, they really clearly illustrate that women who start off full size, the same size as Jesus, in sort of 3rd century inscriptions or 3rd century pictures and sarcophagi inscriptions by the 4th or 5th century, they've sort of gone tiny, tiny, tiny. They barely look human anymore. So but you do need the pictures, really, I think, to bring out just how stark that is. And once you start looking for it, it's really quite amazing how this difference in size with the women. And of course, these are pictures of Mary and Martha we were going to show. And instead of having 2 women, suddenly they're sort of boiled down to just one little mushroom-like person. So yeah, the art is really quite astounding, and it would be very good to go and see what Ali's got on her website.
Thank you. I think we've reached the stage where...
Can I just ask one personal question? Well, only because I work with young people, and as you were saying, a lot of young people have commented that your documentary is very, very useful. And in sharing it, I think painting that social kind of and cultural picture in the documentary by visiting the places and telling us about the lives and what they had to contend with, it's just so powerful, I think, making the subject of equality to young people accessible. So I was just wondering, what have you got coming up next? Are there any more documentaries? Because I know that some of the people I'm talking to would love to know more.
Well, that's a small question. We're working on it.
Okay, I'll get back to you.
We've had 1 or 2 ideas, but I mean, I should say that documentary took years and years and years to get commissioned. We kept being told that nobody's interested in Christianity, nobody's interested in this kind of stuff. So it took a very long time. And then again, we were just staggered by the massive amount of interest that there was, not just from people in churches, but, people who were just interested in history or just knowing things generally, who thought, this is really fascinating. And actually, it is so important, not just in the churches, but in terms of relations between men and women in sort of more secular society too. So it's hard to get things about religion made, I think, particularly things about Christian religion.
Absolutely. Well, it's not true. We want more, so we'll keep petitioning Channel 4 for you. Thank you.
And can I just throw in that Ali has actually recorded for Spirit Unbounded. You'll find it in our programme for the week. It's called Hidden Centuries, And she has recorded in Spanish and in English. It's all on the Spirit Unbounded YouTube channel, so highly accessible. If you've any Spanish friends, point them straight towards it. Thank you.
And in terms of the PowerPoint, we just wanted to share with you as well that we will be making that available on the website, so you can catch up on more of Professor Joan and Professor Helen's work.
That's good.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm actually quite delighted that we've had this impromptu time together, because it's wonderful just to hear you
We've been able
chatting.
to dig deeper, I think, in that sense, so that's really appreciated. Thank you very much. It's very personal.
Well, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for joining Spirit Unbounded this morning. We're going to take a coffee break now and give everyone a moment to pause and digest all that we've heard, which has been lots. Some hands waving up at the back there. I'm afraid... Okay, I'm really sorry. No one can hear what you're saying because of there's no microphone, but yes.
In the Vatican Library, they've got the ordination documents for women and men deacons. They are identical documents. And this is, well beyond the 3rd century, a lot later than that. It's all this stuff is in Hans Weingaard's books.
Yeah.
And you will find a lot of the stuff about the early church there as well.
Thank you for reminding us of that. That's really helpful, because for many as well, this is the first time to these kind of discussions. So there's quite a journey to go on in terms of women and men's ordination in the church. Thank you. So we're going to go to a break now for coffee, and in terms of returning, we'll be back at past.
So if you can be in your seats by 25 past, that's great.
Thank you. Say a prayer. Hello, and welcome back to Spirit Unbounded. We're going to be going to Rome in a moment for a wonderful talk with Claudia Nothelle. My Italian is very bad. I'm terribly sorry. You're going to have to bear with me. German even. I'm very bad at languages. But I am good at prayers. So I'm going to...
We're going to start the video.
We're going to start a video instead. Who knows? It's all happening here, isn't it? It's a very international affair here. So we are not going to go to a film just yet. We're going to just tell you a little bit more about what is happening, actually. So we're going to have a chat with Claudia Nothelle.
Claudia is an enormously important person in the Synodal, der Synodale Weg, the Synodal way in Germany. So what she has to say is key to what is happening in Germany, which causes some anxiety in Rome. There we go. Sorry, Beck.
It's all right. And then we've also got, following on from Claudia, we're going to be coming back actually here to Bristol, aren't we? We're going to have a chat.
We've got a brief clip in between from Virginia Saldanha, which will be a name known to many here and across the world. Virginia is one of the world's leading feminist theologians from India, and she tells it like it is, as we've had a fair amount this morning already. And
then we've got the wonderful Martha, friend of yours from Abergavenny.
Yes, great part of the world, Abergavenny. Martha wonderfully knits together the South Wales community and her Zimbabwean community and origins. And many of you will have had a chance, wonderful stalls at the back, but a super stall from Love Zimbabwe charity, beautifully run by Tanaka. Really good. So do have a little browse around everything over your lunch times and break times when you want to. Thank you. Right. Looks that we're still bringing ourselves in. There'll be time for some questions with Martha, we hope. And I think we're ready to...
Eucharist. Tempted to rehearse a story of numbered losses, eating leftovers stale as stones, while coyotes in the night ravine warn, we are none of us safe. But the door opens a crack and grace drifts in, beckoning solo travelers to pull up a chair round a table burnished by the groans of all creation. The aroma of bread fills the spaces between us. As, hearts burning, we remember we are none of us alone.
Fantastic. Dear Professor Claudia, can you hear me? Sorry? Miriam. So I would like to introduce, perfect. Hello, Claudia. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dr. Claudia Nothelle. She was involved in the German Synodal path. She's joining us live today from Germany. She's a journalist and a professor and has a high profile in the German Synodal path. So she'll share our learnings and from the German Synodal path with us today. Please welcome her now. Fantastic. And at the end, we'll have some time for brief questions.
Okay. I hope you are doing fine in Rome, and I'm happy to join you at least for the next 30 minutes. A good talk for hours is a little bit fast, but probably I try to be as short as possible. There's a very different echo for me, perhaps. I will try to do on my own. Turn off the microphone in the room. Microphone in the room is on. It doesn't work. Okay, I talk against it. I thought it would be good to talk about the reasons. Why are we still doing it? Why are we still part of the Catholic Church? And to explain a little bit about our German Synodal past. The Saldanha on the fire was one of the main reasons we are still part of all this going on right now. Why are we still working? So, the Synodal way in Germany was kind of Synodal way out. Because in the beginning there was abuse, like probably all parts of the world. And the realization Germany that it weren't just isolated cases, but it is a systematic problem. Result, loss of credibility, hopelessness, loss of membership. So I just brought some figures from Germany, and as you can see, starting in the 1950s, it was 45% of the population in Western Germany was part of the Catholic Church. And now in 2022, it's just 24. You see, and it's still going on. If you see the next slide, you will see the dark color. These are the figures of people leaving Catholic Church in Germany in the last year. The light red, the Protestants leaving their church, and our Protestant friends say a lot of them are leaving because what is going on in your church. So it's a difficult situation for us in Germany, and it's not just about the figures. It's not just about keeping them as members, but keeping the spirit alive. So the Synodal path was not an emergency exit. It was born out of necessity. It is certainly not a stopgap measure. It is a new format. It is difficult for the canon law. We had a lot of discussions with our specialists for canon law, and one of them, a very famous one, Norbert Lüdecke in Germany, he talked about deception of the people because it's not known in canon law, and so what's going on there? I would say it was much deception. We had a fixed statute, and perhaps you heard about double two-thirds, the majority. So if we wanted decision needed 2/3 of whole members, and we needed 2/3 of the bishops. So that was not easy. We had a huge problem with one of our very important papers. We didn't get the 2/3 of the bishops to say yes to it. It was about 60% and not 66%. But more people took notice of this paper than they had taken if everything would have gone very easily and smoothly. So, but it's difficult, and since we are going on with the Synodal Committee, we have to talk again. What is going on now? What is the role of the lay people? How important are they? How important are the bishops? We had 4 words. The first was about power and separation of powers in the church. It's one of the topics just discussed in Rome right now, although we doesn't hear a lot. We know it's one of the main topics discussed there. The second one is about priestly existence today, how priests can live, how does it work, what about vocations, what about marrying or not marrying. So that was the second forum. The third was women in ministries and all offices of the church. And the fourth, very important, living in successful relationships, living love and sexuality and partnership, and all the questions of same-sex couples and blessing of them, divorce. So all those questions in this forums. We know there are much more topics to discuss, but you have to have in mind these 4 forums were the result of the abuse in Germany and the research being done by scientists, and they said you have to take care of these topics. They are the topics we have to discuss in order to change the systemic problems of Catholic Church in Germany. The Synodal path has come to an end half a year ago. We voted together of the bishops for changes. There was not depends on your expectations, but for most Catholic people, to be patient is one of the most important things. So, yes, we could change something. So, for example, there's this nice German word, Grundordnung, and it means, it describes who is allowed to work in the church. And it used to be like only these people are allowed to work for church who live like Catholic rules say. So, don't be divorced, don't marry again. Don't live in a same-sex partnership. So just a few examples. And this has changed. And for German Catholic, for German society, that is a huge change because we have so many Catholic institutions, hospitals, kindergartens, schools, nursery homes. So it was very important. For example, we have new ways of working together. They are being tested in some dioceses. Some of our bishops really want to change how things work. Others are a little bit more careful. 4 or 5 are very careful. But nevertheless, something is growing there. And we notice there is a way to change things. We notice that many Catholic lay people and many priests, many bishops, they know we have to change the way of being Catholic, otherwise there's no future for us. For example, we know synodality has to be an ongoing principle of the Church. We fight for the ordination of women. We try to develop worships, official worship for the blessing of same-sex couples. Like, just to have a few examples. It's a long way to go, but I think at least we started. But There's a stop from Rome. There's a discussion what's going on there. There were answers not by the Pope, but by some cardinals and bishops. There were letters from all over the world. There were letters from Scandinavia, from the US, by the bishop. They're afraid what is going on in Germany. What are you doing? Are you destroying our church? And they, all of letters had one point that asked, you won't be Catholic anymore, you're going to church. And that's what the Germans do. And you know, the Pope said, we were praying, he said, there's already one good Protestant church in Germany, we don't need another one. And we don't want to become Protestant in our hearts, and we want to work for our church. We know the Synodal path concerns the universal church. Many issues cannot be clarified regionally on our own in Germany. And just say, okay, we start an ordinary agreement. We have to wait and we have to discuss this, because that's part of being Catholic, is that we are together Catholic. That's not a way of being Italian Catholic or French Catholic, but nevertheless, what is going on in this specific region? Discussing what are the questions there. So the work that is going on right now means for us hoping for change and synodality as a way of being Catholic all over the world. I've already told you we are fighting for the future of our church. For the message, it seems to be more important than ever. Just of Ukraine, we have to work against the bad things in the world. We have to work for the possibility to live as Catholics on the foundation of the last 20,000 years, 22,000 years, and to know it is still sustainable. This is impossible without including the scientific knowledge in 21st centuries, without transparency, without democracy. We have to see and to read the signs of the time. We have to explain our ideas and to this again and again. We want to destroy the church. We would like to, so that the message can become visible again. We have to, again, the church has always undergone change, and that can't stop now. We have to listen to each other. But there's again the question, and probably I think most of you have this question, aren't we losing hope? Why are we still walking? I think, and that's my very personal opinion, and my point of view, our faith is worth fighting for. Although it's sometimes difficult being Catholic, it's who we are and who we want to be. It's the foundation and the horizon of our life. Sometimes it's important to have these points in mind, otherwise you could be just desperate. And we have to spread message. We have to explain our ideas. So we stop with the road, I really like it. I don't know exactly who is responsible for it, but nevertheless, I want to share with you. It said tradition does not mean worshipping the ashes, but passing on the fire. That's what we are going to do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Dankeschön. We do have time. Just take maybe one or two questions from the audience here in Rome. If you have a question, please shout it out. I'll pick your hand, shout it out, and then I'll repeat it on the microphone. Anyone? Someone from Germany must have a question about the Synodal Big. Yeah. Claudia, the question was, are the bishops in Germany still working on the changes now?
Yes, some of them, not all of them. I would be lying if I said all of them are working on it. Some of them are still trying to stop it and to say, you can't do that, it's too far. But we have 27 dioceses, and we have the Synodal Committee starting in November, and 24 dioceses, bishops will take part in it. Two bishops said, we wrote to Rome, and then they told us you aren't allowed to do it like that. So 24 is fine. It's not all of them, but it's a good number. But we know not all of them are convinced. So they think, okay, we want to stay in the process, and that's an important point. But not all of them are working on these changes. But I think at least a third of them is working on it, and we hope they can convince the others.
Great. Thank you, Claudia. So a third of the bishops are working on changes. That's not bad. Okay, Claudia, thank you so much for presenting for us.
So if you look at our German bishops in Rome right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, what's his name?
Sorry.
Yesterday we spoke to our bishop from Geobetzing. Very optimistic that will come in a change. Yes, so Claudia, you may not hear this, but one of the participants here in the room spoke to the bishop here in Rome yesterday.
We spoke to Mr. Betzing and to Mr. Overbeck, and both were happy about the atmosphere, but they said no one knows what the outcome will be, and that this would be, for many of their bishop colleagues, that would be something what makes them insecure.
Yes, great.
What they cannot deal with.
Yes.
Because they are not.
Okay, and Bishop Overbeck as well has spoken, and they were optimistic, very happy to engage in conversation, but did say that changes that are being discussed would make a lot of their brother bishops very nervous and upset, so they're not sure what's going to change. Thank you, everyone. Let me see. We have 2 minutes. Marta? Yeah, wonderful. So Marta Heiser just said that Cardinal Schönbrunn from Austria said today that it's a brand new way of meeting. They're not lined up in St. Peter's Basilica. They are all at round tables, talking to each other, eye to eye. And it's exciting for some, but also a little strange for others. Good. Well, thank you so much, Claudia, for joining us from Germany. And now we're going to have a 5-minute video clip from Virginia Saldanha from India. To hear the rest of her talk, you can look at the program for Wednesday, the video program for Wednesday, and it's under the section Change from Below. And Virginia is a writer and campaigner, but she also worked inside the church as the executive secretary of the Women's Desk in the Archdiocese of Bombay. And Virginia, I believe, is actually in the room here in Rome. There you are. Do you want to wave at the camera? Yay! She came came all the way. She's with us in Rome. So we're now going to play the video clip, 5-minute video clip of Virginia speaking.
If the priesthood does not change, we cannot talk about a synodal church. We cannot become a new way of being church. Bishop Peter Kang of Korea points out that the early Christian community radically broke up the hierarchical model of authority. The early Christian community was a brotherhood and sisterhood of equal partners. Priests have to be animators and develop a sense of mutual trust and shared responsibility with the people of God. Lay leaders should be trained and empowered to take responsibility for the smooth running of the community. Since women are the majority leaders, women have to be empowered with opportunities to study theology and given opportunities for greater leadership in the church. The Synod of 2023 has to examine the vision of the neighborhood communities closely to make the church truly synodal. If the church does not change from the top, I think we people should begin to change it from below by forming spontaneous lay-led communities. We are the church. Let us become church.
Powerful words from Virginia Saldanha, not one of India's leading lay theologians for nothing. Now, we have the amazing pleasure of introducing live on the stage here at Bristol, Martha Musonza Holman, a co-founder of the Love Zimbabwe charity. Martha has been knitting together the South Wales community for a couple of decades now, with her home village of Chinamora in Zimbabwe, in Domboshawe region, enabling a host of learning opportunities on both sides, which she'll tell us about. I'm just going to tell you that last week she was patting Prince William on the hand, telling him all about it, and got a good hug or two in with Duchess Kate. Martha, take it away.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is brilliant. Who would have thought today I would be speaking to the world about the people of Chinamora? It's been so emotional seeing all the mothers that we are working with on live. Thank you so much to the Spirit Unbounded for giving us this opportunity, which you hardly get. I also believe that all churches should aim towards a safe, just, and inclusive society. And I want to thank you for agreeing, for inviting me to listen to my story, because not many people like me get an opportunity to come to the UK, to establish a charity, and to get people listening to you. So in this presentation, in this talk, I want to bring you into my life. I want to take you into the journey that I've gone through, how I left Zimbabwe, how I have had contact with people in power, how my background has made me the person I am. And thank you so much, because I truly believe, and the women in my village believe, that a story does not die because it is not told, but it dies if it's told to tone deaf ears. Let's go for it. So, taking you back into my village, I grew up in a tribal trust land, right? You can see the map of Zimbabwe, and you can see the types of houses that I still see when I go back home. These are the villages where most of the people I support live in. Sometimes it's shocking that someone is still living in a hut like this. No running water. no electricity, but people still make a living. Some of you might not know what I mean by a tribal trust land. Next slide. What is a tribal trust land? You might know the history of Zimbabwe or not, but Zimbabwe was colonized by the British. During the colonial time, a lot of Zimbabweans did not have access to land. They were Okay. Okay. So, talking about it's not going through. I'm talking about what is a tribal trust land where I grew up. If the screen would work, it will go. Next slide. There's a technical hitch. It's frozen. Okay, I'll just talk about it. There were 33 million hectares of arable farming land in Zimbabwe. 45% of this land was owned by white commercial farmers. A bit of it, 5%, was owned by a few small black commercial farmers. The rest of it, 50%, was owned by the majority of African people. And this is what was called the tribal trust land. So on the map of Zimbabwe, if you look at those orange bits, that's the tribal trust land. And this is where I belong. That's the where I grew up, whereby 700,000 families shared the land, which had the soils were not fertile, no rains. So these were the regions that were called tribal trust lands. When you grow up in such a village, can someone help, please? I really need the PowerPoint. Tanaka, could you please help me? Sorry about this. I need to show you the pictures because the talk doesn't make yes without the pictures. Okay, whilst they're doing the technical bit, I'll tell you about my culture. And, oh, thank you so much. Oh, you've helped my life. It's all right when you are using digital things, but when they don't work, you just feel useless. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we are there now. We are there. Thank you. So would you stay there, please? Yeah. Okay. I certainly do not agree with my culture, but I do appreciate that I was grown there and it's got a connection with the Catholic Church, whereby the father is the head of the family. Even the Synod of Bishops acknowledged that women in Africa are the backbone of church and society, and yet, in a patriarchal church and society, women are marginalized in both subtle and overt ways. And when I go back home, I still see this. It doesn't make me feel happy. So this shows women in a patriarchal society, they are autonomous individuals. And yet they are circumscribed, valued and devalued, but they have invaluable influence, and yet they are denied presence and voice in public spaces. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. So, the role of women after independence. The government has devaluated its policies. There has been an inclusion of women in politics. For example, we now have 31% of women in politics. But is this real? We had even the former president of Zimbabwe, who was Robert Mugabe, he had an interview with the Voice of America where he said that it's not possible that women can be at par with men. So if a leader is saying things like this, obviously the men are being given the wings to fly. So women in Africa, and I'm talking particularly of the women I work with in Chinamora community, who are still suppressed by men. But their voices are not heard because the people in power and the people in churches do not listen to them or do not give them the opportunity to rise up. Thank you. This is me. I'm not sure if you can see who is Martha there, but one of the three girls is me. So when I was a little girl, it was hard. Growing that tribal trusty society that I've said was not easy. But one thing that my father gave me, assured me, was education. And it pains now when I go back home, as I will speak in my other slides, how difficult it is for a girl child to go to school. Without education, there is no way I would be standing up here talking to you people. Probably AIDS would have taken me 10 years ago. So, in my family, we had no regular income. My parents divorced when I was 9 years old. I had no choice but to go and live with my grandparents. I had to help with selling mangoes in school. I had to help with selling chickens. Can you imagine one day a chicken came out of the bag because I was late at school with a chicken under my desk. Whose chicken is that? Whose chicken? It's Martha's. It's Martha's. At 10 years old, can you imagine how that feeling, it stays with you for the rest of your life? Let's go. Luckily, I passed. I did very well, but unfortunately, to the disappointment of my father, I got pregnant at 19. I don't know how it happened, but we have got no sex. There is no sex education. There is poverty. You're trying to help your family and everything. And I was sent out of the house. I became homeless. I had to work hard. And because I wanted to please my father, I had to get married again. Right? So, in Zimbabwe, I am a mother of 2. But those sufferings, they make you the person who you are. Okay? I graduated as a teacher. I was lucky I went to Belvedere Technical Teachers College. This college used to be only white people college. But that's one thing at least I can say about my former president, Robert Mugabe, that he removed the disparities that existed between white and black people. But even now, you don't see a mix of white and black people. It doesn't exist. Okay, thank you. So, after teaching, there was a turning point in my life. I was posted to teach in a village between Zimbabwe and Mozambique. And in that village, there was so much girls dropouts. A lot of girls, mature girls, wouldn't come to school at GCSE. So I found that there was girl trafficking. Girls were taken to Mozambique, to Malawi, and coming back pregnant. There was high rates of HIV. There was high rates of we are inundated with children. And yet my president was saying, no protection, no condom. How do you feel? AIDS is for white people, it's not for black people. How do you feel when your leader is saying that? How do you feel when you go to church and your priest is preaching that don't use condom? Excuse me. And then we got all these children in the village not going to school, not having breakfast, not having food. How are we going to look after them? Our leaders, please, where are you? Give us a chance to use the protection that we need. However, I started campaigning for women. I was labeled a prostitute because I divorced my husband. He was not teaching me right. I wanted to be treated like a woman. So I got accused of teaching politics. I decided to help women who were struggling to make sure they raised money to send their children to school. Doing that, I became a victim. I met a lady who lived in Wales. She had come to Zimbabwe in 2000, and I told her, come and meet the women I'm supporting. But I even invited her to my school. That was a huge mistake, because it was in year 2000 when Mugabe was campaigning to be a president again. And we teachers were trying hard to take him out of power. And what did I do? I had a bag of T-shirts, opposition party. They found it in my house. I was beaten up. My children thought I was dead. They took my dog. They killed my dog. Honestly, I was living in fear. I didn't want to teach anymore. The only person who could receive me was my friend in Carmarthen. That's how I came to UK. That's my story. I was talking to one lady this morning that one person can make a change to someone's life. We now have 15 cooperatives that we are supporting. My village means a lot to me. The mothers that are listening now, Maika Sande, Sisi Joy, Mai Zimbuzana, Taurai Tafadzwa, all those people, I think of them day and night. I wish I could bring them to the UK, but I can't. It's impossible because we are tied up to the laws, to the rules of this world. So today is my opportunity to shout loud that the world, please listen to the people who are suffering, people like people in Zimbabwe. Thank you. So I came to UK. There we are. Met Sam, but I still had a feeling I needed to be with a man. I don't know why, but after these years, I was like, I need to find someone, a soulmate, someone I could, share life with. Then I met David. We became friends, and I invited him to come to Zimbabwe. At that point, I was a student in London. I was also an au pair looking after children who were same age as my children back home. I raised money. I was earning £70 a week. That money, I was sending it back home for my father to look after my boys, but also to extend his accommodation so they could live properly. So according to the United States, it's estimated that at that time at least 700,000 people lost their homes. A lot of people had borrowed money. We're talking about social justice here. You will see why I'm angry about all these issues that have happened to Zimbabwe. The anger, I spoke to church leaders, and some of them never gave me an answer. Yes, I've met him. And it was at a point where I was talking to the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Of course, I'm still a Zimbabwean. What is happening in Zimbabwe affects me because my family is still back there. My children are still back there. And I'm thinking, why church leaders, why are they not standing up against Mugabe? So I asked him the question, can you do something? Can you stand up for Zimbabwe? Because Mugabe is no longer the same person as he was before. Desmond didn't answer me. And Archbishop Rowan came to me afterwards and said, Martha, thank you for standing up for your people. I could hear your passion. This is why I'm here today. I'm standing up for my people. I'm standing up for the people of Chinamora village who are really, really struggling. I'm aware of the time. So I think my question here, or what I want to bring to you is, why our President Robert Mugabe, after all his atrocities, if you go to the next slide, why was he allowed in 2011 to go to the Vatican to see the Pope? Was he going to ask for forgiveness? I've never seen, I've been doing research to find out why Mugabe went, and it's not once. I actually found that he's been there several times. Ladies and gentlemen, the church society, all leaders, please look into Zimbabwe and can we do something? Zimbabwe is dilapidating. Zimbabwe is now a fallen history. People are praying for Zimbabwe not to come out of the country. How can you stay in a country where you've got no income, where you've got no food, where your child cannot go to education? The other question is, I recently found out that a lot of church schools are very expensive. Why? Why as a church, why can't we do something, especially for those communities in rural areas, for those children with a disability who have no access to education? In 2018, I found that in Zimbabwean villages, almost 100% of disabled children have no access to education. It's very heartbreaking. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is why I started. I'm a full-time qualified teacher. I teach at Cardiff and Val College, but I do this as well. There's no way I can afford to look after my community, but I encourage them to make arts and crafts. I believe in the power of ethical consumerism. the steps that we take, our decisions in the developing world has got a huge impact for people in Africa, for people who are making products such as fair trade products, which some of them are not being paid fairly. So my message to you, you're all my sisters, you're all my brothers, you're all my friends, right? My message is, let's reflect into ourselves and look at what are we doing to make a change. I am doing my best. Until my dying day, I'll speak up for people of Zimbabwe. I'll speak up for those who are treated unequally, especially women, and those who are disabled in my community. Thank you. So these are some of the awards I've had. At Glastonbury Festival, I was given the award for inspiring people like my story. I think here I could have won an award as well, because a lot of people like this too. We could do a competition. And Jeremy Vine Shaw has been to my house. Jeremy Vine has been to my house and talked to me about the love of my people. So really thank you for listening to my story. And if anyone has got questions, I think, yeah, good. I've managed to do it. Just, yeah, leave it there. If you leave it there, I'll just say something. The next one. So this is my community center, me, David, and Tanaka there. We go every year. We spend time with the people. They're all in that hut now. I'm sure they can hear me. They are all in there. We created that during COVID. The projects that we are doing, we send a minibus full of donated education books. We have built a library with a sensory room. And we have a community center for the mothers to do workshops, to make arts and crafts. We sell and we send them back money. Today, actually, I'm sorry, we are not vegetarians. We have bought a goat. So for lunch, they're having a goat. So they're all gathered together, enjoying the conference, and they're going to have a nice lunch. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Martha. That was just wonderful. Such a rich, gorgeous energy to have in the room. That's really appreciated. We've got quite a few questions coming in online, but there might be some questions in the room. So if anyone in the room has got a question, stick your hand up and Luke will find you with the microphone. But while we're looking around the room, I'm going to ask you a first question. We've had a request for help. Somebody has asked, they want to know, can you help somebody with advice on how to be more deliberate and encouraging with diversity in their church and in their own lives? How can they think more diversely and be more effective?
When we share stories, when we listen to others, and then we reflect into ourselves, how can we work together? When we accept each other as one, then we can work towards diversity. But when we work in a society whereby we are always, carrying all these biases, we have got hidden things, it's not going to happen. We need to open our hearts. We need to welcome people from different minority communities. We need to listen to their story. Because I always think, as a minority person, sometimes we are not born here. All my learners, some of them, they are Black. And I've had the passion to ask them, how did you end up here? Because I want to hear their stories. When I hear their stories, then I can take action.
Definitely, that's brilliant. Definitely more listening. Thank you for that. We've asked, I had another question just come in from online. I'm just trying to work out where in the world they are for you. How important was faith in your life when standing up to so much injustice?
That is a very emotional question. I am a true staunch Methodist. If I was not a Christian, I wouldn't be doing this work. I pray every day. I'm a Christian, and my prayers have guided me. It was God who guided me to come to UK, because when the first time I landed in Heathrow, I was scratching myself thinking maybe I died, I'm now in heaven. Because it was such an experience, and I had to pray for it, for God to show me where I am. When I lived in Carmarthen, I was the only Black person in a village called Minakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakakak just kept saying, God, help me. You know where I am. This world belongs to you. So for me, everything I do, it starts with a prayer.
That's gorgeous. Thank you. We have got a question off the floor, so I think the microphone's being handed over.
Hiya, great to meet you. Do you know if the African understanding of a family was different pre-colonial times? What's sticking in my mind is the phrase that it takes a whole village to raise a child.
Thank you so much. And I suppose this is why, with my charity, we have taken a community perspective, because we believe, especially with the disabled children, because of stereotypes, they've been left behind. But now with our community center, everyone comes, a child is born and belongs to everyone. And the work we are doing now, that is part of community. This is my village. So as I am standing up here, I am a family. So I agree with you. Even now, we are still practicing that family. It means a lot to me, to my community, to everyone. And I wish everyone could appreciate that. I wish everyone could understand that family comes first in everything that we do.
Gorgeous. Thank you, Martha. We've just had another one come in line, and I think there's another one from the floor. They're all stacking up for you now. Have you had an impact on the women back in your community in Zimbabwe, given what you have achieved and the positive role you play?
Well, I wish they could say it for themselves. But I know Chief Chinamora calls me the daughter of the soil. It was usually the sons were called sons of the soil. I feel because everything that I do benefits the women. I'm paying school fees for their children. I make sure Christmas they get packages, food. I even bring them underwear. You know, you got to show yourself off. So I really think the little that I'm doing is bringing a huge impact. It's making, and for them to make these lovely, beautiful arts and crafts, so it's something that they didn't have, but it's something that they look forward to. So to me, that is a huge impact to their lives, because most of them have not had formal education. They've not had an opportunity to meet, even now, today, look, they're talking to the world. So that is a huge impact, I think.
Absolutely. No, it's fantastic. Did you want to say something, Mary?
I think Luke has one last question for the floor, because then we must move on. Swift.
Was there any change at all in the village when Mugabe died, or when Mnangagwa took over?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I should say that. Went up. That's the thing. That's the thing that pains me. When I go, I just came back from Zimbabwe in August. That child who was selling mangoes is still there. The mother that grew up in the 80s is still there now. And even worse, when I grew up before Mugabe, at least I could go to the shop with $2. I could buy eggs, I could buy bread. Now, money is nothing. People have got no money. There's a lot of people trying to trade, and all they're selling is maybe tomatoes, vegetables, nothing else. The poverty has gone worse. Terrible. I have no idea how people are surviving. We have got no money. We're using American dollars. And where does a person in the village, we got no banks. It's incredible what is happening in my country, in the villages. It's different in the city. I have no idea how people in the city are getting rich. But when you go to the village, it's a different story. No change. It's gone worse. Thank you. That was a very good question. Thank you.
Martha, I think we are all changed people after half an hour with you.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed this story.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly, value. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
There is a very quiet, organised person who comes attached to Martha, and his name is Dave. Dave Holman. And Dave is going to sing us a song called Don't Get Arrested in Shorts.
Yeah.
I think we'll leave him to take it away.
Okay. Well, firstly, thanks to Martha very much. It's been a long and difficult journey. And in the words of Labby Sivry, there is something inside so strong. I must say I'm very privileged to be speaking here to Rome and the rest of the world, and even more than ever today, may peace be with you. This one is called Please Don't Get Arrested in Shorts, and which one? This one? Blue one. Oh, sorry, I'm on the blue mic apparently. Let's go through the blue window, shall we? For those of a certain age. Thank you. So we were in Zimbabwe just as Mugabe was ending his tenure, should we say, and there were lots of riots happening throughout the city in Harare. We went to eat. Before we went out, I was dressed in shorts because it was a nice day. And I thought, what if it all kicks off and we get arrested? Which couldn't happen. So I put my long trousers on because it's pretty cold in those prisons. Please don't get arrested in shorts. They are meant mainly for sports. You can't get arrested in flares, 'cause nobody cares about 70s fashion no more. Don't go to prison in slacks. It doesn't matter if they're white or they're black. And a brightly colored shirt will only hurt their eyes as you get thrown in the back. So always keep your nose clean. Learn to accept the machine. 'Cause if you don't, or if you won't, you'll end up crushed in between. Don't get apprehended in suede shoes, 'cause they are yesterday's news. So be careful what you buy. With a t-shirt you can dye. It's a battle that you will always lose. Well, and don't get tugged in your dressing gown. They will take your particulars down. And then you'll get put away for a permanent stay over on the other side of town. Always keep your nose clean. Learn to accept the machine. 'Cause if you don't, or if you won't, you'll end up crushed in between. You don't get arrested these days. The government has found better ways of quelling a riot. They just shoot you on sight, and now protesting no longer pays. So always keep your nose clean. Learn to accept the machine. 'Cause if you don't, or if you won't, you'll never be heard of or seen. Thank you.
Thank you to Dave there for sharing his song, Please Don't Get Arrested in Shorts. Brilliantly light and dark there, and definitely going to look at my wardrobe differently now. It's just what we needed. There's a lot of talent and spirit here today, so thank you to everyone who's giving both as a speaker and both as an audience here, online and in Rome. We'll be breaking for lunch soon, and so we just wanted to tell you that we've got the chat cafe opening shortly. You can access that for the online audiences via your ticket. There's a link there to the Zoom chat. It's really great to be part of that and help create the community feeling and share ideas and what we've been learning today. In terms of what's happening next, Mary, what do you think?
Well, we are welcoming to the stage Eni Pemu, Yvette Mputumgele, and I recall 2 years ago, sat at this table, hearing Eni sing The Goodness of God. It just blew me away, and I see that I'm not alone in my recollection. Eni, we are thrilled to have you back amongst us, and we just love you to take it away. Thank you.
You guys. So we're going to start with Telemani. It's a song from Congo. I think you should have it on your chairs. So please do feel free to sing with us. Even if it's just clapping, any which way, it's still a joyous union. Thank you. Telemani tokene na kozambe. Yemoko mokomzi wase Telemani tokwende wakonsambe Yemoko mokomzi wase Telemani tokwende wakonsambe Yemoko mokomzi wase Papa tokwende wakonsambe Our next song, we would like the crowd, please, to join us in this. So we need everybody to get up from your seats. And we're going to show you the moves. So, the song is Amani ya Mungu Baba. It's a Kenyan Swahili song, and it means the peace of God the Father is wonderful. It can go up, it can go down, it can go forward, it can go backwards, sideways to all nations, but obviously we can't do this sideways, so we're going to go round to all nations. So we're going to go this way. Amani ya Mungu Baba Nia. So basically, you are going to respond, Nia Jabu. Can I hear that? Nia Jabu. Amani ya Mungu Baba Nia. Ya Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, forward, yaweza kwenda mbele, backwards, yaweza kwenda juu. And then round on your seat. Pande kwa mataifa yote. Wonderful. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get our Zumba on today. Okay, are we ready? Yeah. Woo! Okay. Amani ya Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Amani ya Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, yaweza kwenda mbele, yaweza kwenda nyuma, upande kwa mataifa yote. Upande kwa mataifa yote. Upendo wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Upendo wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, yaweza kwenda mbele, yaweza kwenda nyuma, upande kwa mataifa yote. Upande kwa mataifa yote. Baraka za Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Baraka za Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, yaweza kwenda mbele, yaweza kwenda nyuma, upande kwa mataifa yote. Upande kwa mataifa yote. Wokovu wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Upendo wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, yaweza kwenda mbele, yaweza kwenda nyuma, upande kwa mataifa yote. Upande kwa mataifa yote. Uwezo wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Uwezo wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, yaweza kwenda mbele, yaweza kwenda nyuma, upande kwa mataifa yote. Upande kwa mataifa yote. Fahili wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Fahili wa Mungu Baba ni ajabu. Yaweza kwenda juu, yaweza kwenda chini, yaweza kwenda mbele, yaweza kwenda nyuma, upande kwa mataifa yote. Upande kwa mataifa yote. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Eni. That hopefully united everybody. Rome, Bristol, around the world. We definitely want photos. We want videos of that. Thank you. Yeah, if anyone did even think to get their camera out in that moment, please do email them in to asksu2023@gmail.com. Right, I think it's almost...
Time for lunch.
It is, isn't it? Indeed.
Time for lunch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reminder about the chat cafe for those online. Find your link online and do join it.
Absolutely, and over lunch as well. If you don't want to do the chat cafe, there is the option as well to watch the film Theft of My Dignity, which is the fourth World Meeting of Popular Movements. It was held virtually in 2021. Because of the pandemic, it got recorded. It's an initiative of Pope Francis to create a place for church leaders to meet grassroots organisations working to address the economy, exclusion and inequality. It's a really great film, so even if you don't watch it now, we do recommend at some point make time to go back to the website and find the film and watch it. But for now, we'll be breaking for lunch both here and in Rome, and we'll be back in 50 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y bienvenidas, compañeros y compañeras, hermanos y hermanas de distintas partes del mundo. Este es nuestro cuarto encuentro mundial de los movimientos sociales con el Papa Francisco, en el marco de una pandemia que azota el planeta, el mundo entero, y que golpea principalmente a la gente más necesitada, más empobrecida de nuestro planeta. Soy Daniel Pascual Hernández, maya quiché, desde aquí de Guatemala, desde la ciudad y capital de Ximché, capital de los mayas cachiqueles, queremos brindarles el saludo. Los pueblos originarios a nivel del planeta, al igual como el pueblo maya, hemos defendido los territorios, el agua, las semillas, los bosques, la diversidad, los bienes comunes de la vida, pero al mismo tiempo hemos sido los empobrecidos en nuestras tierras. No disfrutamos de la tierra, ni de vivienda, ni de un trabajo digno. Estamos aquí en plena resistencia frente a las pandemias, la pandemia del hambre, la pandemia de la miseria, del racismo y también de esta pandemia del COVID. Hoy también celebramos que este día, 16 de octubre, es también declarado como el Día Internacional de la Soberanía Alimentaria. Los pueblos originarios, comunidades campesinas, productores, producimos la madre tierra para alimentar el planeta entero, pero al mismo tiempo la enfriamos con nuestra agroecología. Queremos entonces invitarles a que nos acompañen en las luchas de los pueblos originarios, porque se funden estados plurinacionales en nuestros países, porque ya basta de la exclusión hacia los pueblos. Nuestra agenda de nuestro cuarto encuentro consta de 3 puntos esenciales. El primero, a partir de ahora estaremos proyectando el video documental que hace un resumen de las luchas sociales de diferentes partes del mundo por tierra, techo y trabajo. El segundo punto es un documento resumen que se va a hacer entrega al Papa Francisco, en donde igual lleva varios planteamientos, ideas, propuestas. El tercer punto sería entonces escuchar al Papa Francisco con su análisis, sus respuestas a nuestros planteamientos. A continuación, le cedo la palabra a la hermana Gloria Morales Palos, Ella es trabajadora migrante desde San Diego, California. Nos relatará la situación de vida que tienen los trabajadores migrantes. Adelante, compañera.
Hola, mi nombre es Gloria Morales Palos. Soy una emigrante en los Estados Unidos. Creo que cuando nos unimos, cuando caminamos y nos organizamos juntos para crear un mundo de inclusión, de dignidad humana, de cuidado por la madre tierra, todos ganamos. Los movimientos populares de todo el mundo compartimos esta visión de un futuro en el que todas las personas tengan acceso a la tierra, techo y trabajo. Pero las fuerzas del capitalismo, el consumo excesivo, el individualismo egoísta, el racismo y la exclusión son obstáculos en el camino de nuestra capacidad para crear este mundo. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha destacado las desigualdades e injusticias que muchos de nuestros hermanos se ven obligados a experimentar todos los días. Me paro frente a este símbolo de exclusión, el muro que separa a los Estados Unidos de México, mi país de origen. Muro que sigue creciendo y que provoca la muerte de miles de inmigrantes cada año. Tanta gente hambrienta, tanta gente que huye de la violencia y la pobreza, tanta gente desesperada de todas partes del mundo que muchas veces viajan miles de millas por tierra o agua en busca de seguridad y de una mejor oportunidad de vida y trabajo, pero que solo encuentran sufrimientos y muros de exclusión y rechazo. Papa Francisco dice, los cristianos construyen puentes, no muros. La gente de amor construye puentes, no muros. Con mucho orgullo, le presentamos al mundo y a nuestro compañero Francisco este documental que hemos desarrollado durante los últimos 6 meses con mucho esfuerzo y cariño. Aquí se refleja el valor, la fe y el compromiso de los movimientos populares de todo el mundo, que se están uniendo para construir puentes fuertes que puedan resistir todo el peso de nuestros sufrimientos, nuestras esperanzas y nuestros sueños. Mientras juntos luchamos por tierra, techo y trabajo, durante esta dura crisis que estamos viviendo por esta pandemia mundial.
Eu sou camponesa.
Soy inmigrante, soy una trabajadora esencial. En esta pandemia he desarrollado trabajos de empaque de alimentos para estudiantes.
I am Islam dweller.
நானும் ஒரு வீட்டு தொழிலாளி.
Somos los cartoneros y cartoneras.
Noi andiamo in mare a fare operazioni di soccorso per le persone migranti.
I am a street vendor.
லாக்டவுன்ல நான் வந்துட்டு வேலைக்கு எங்கேயுமே போல, வீட்டுல மட்டும் பிசுறு மட்டும்தான் நாங்க வெட்டிக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம். அப்போ திடீர்னு லாக்டவுன் வந்ததுனால எங்களுக்கு பொருளாதாரம், வாழ்வாதாரம் எல்லாத்தையுமே நாங்க இழந்துட்டோம். கடன் வாங்குற சூழ்நிலை வந்துருச்சு. அப்புறம் அந்த இலவசமா கொடுக்குற பொருள் எல்லாம் வச்சுதான் நாங்க சமாளிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம். ரொம்பவே வாழ்வாதாரம் பாதிச்சிருச்சு.
We were affected by the pandemic. In my organization, Fed Up, we lost many people. They died from COVID. But we didn't give up as an organization. We came up with the ways of helping our people because a lot of people lost their lives. Then the families didn't get any support from anywhere.
Com muito mais força no nosso dia a dia, as tarefas diárias das nossas companheiras. A gente foi sentindo isso ao longo do ano com muita força, um desgaste físico, um desgaste mental, emocional muito forte. E começamos a perceber que, de um lado, o nosso movimento estava muito certo em tomar medidas rígidas de segurança, um protocolo de cuidados, de distanciamento social, de isolamento, de campanhas para fazer uso de máscaras, de álcool, de campanhas para zelar pelo cuidado individual e coletivo das nossas comunidades, da nossa militância, das nossas famílias, de modo a evitar, ou pelo menos aumentar essa nossa capacidade de resilir a chegada do vírus nos nossos acampamentos, nos nossos assentamentos.
The pandemic has adversely affected my daily life and work. I will say that with the onset of the pandemic, there has been loss of opportunity to work for myself and many informal economy workers because these regulations in place to prevent COVID-19 have really put stringent measures on work in the public space.
எங்களோட அமைப்போட நேம் வந்து நானுகதம். நாங்க வந்து வீட்டு தொழிலாளியா இருக்கிறவங்க எல்லாருமே ஒன்று சேர்ந்து அமைச்ச சங்கம் தான் அனுகதம். அன்றாட போராட்டம் என்னன்னா, காலையில எந்திரிச்சாலே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வேலை இருக்குமா இல்லையாங்கிறதே பெரிய டவுட்டா இருக்குது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எங்களுக்கு நிரந்தர வேலை இருக்கணும், வருடம் ஃபுல்லா வேலை இருக்கணும், நிரந்தர சம்பளம் இருக்கணும். அதுதான் எங்களுக்கு மெயின் தேவை.
Como saben, en todas las escuelas, cuando van creciendo los chicos, le preguntan, ¿no? ¿Qué tenés pensado para hacer cuando seas grande? Muchos quieren ser superhéroes, muchos quieren ir a la luna. Y mi hijo le dijo que quería ser cartonero. Me pone muy orgulloso eso, ¿no? Me puso triste cuando me llamó la profesora preguntándome de por qué mi nene quería ser cartonero. Si eso es lo último de lo último, si eso no es vida. Me puso triste que esa profesora me pregunte de por qué mi hijo quería ser cartonero. Y después de que le conté la trayectoria nuestra y todo lo que tuvimos que pelear para que el sector hoy en día esté un poco mejor y que no esté tan excluido del sistema, me entendió.
Non siamo noi che salviamo i nostri fratelli e sorelle che sono in mare e vengono lasciati affogare in maniera criminale dagli stati, dalle istituzioni, ma sono loro che danno la possibilità a noi di salvarci da questo mondo di orrore dove la vita umana non conta più niente, dove contano le banche, contano i soldi, conta la competizione, ma poi un bambino che affoga non fa più neanche notizia.
Informal economy is a human activity which has to do with human lives and human rights, because these people work in order to sustain families, in order to provide a lot of basic needs.
We are thinking that governments are not listening to us. But when we come together, joining hands together, working together as different organizations under the umbrella of popular movement, our voices will be heard.
Então a MST luta e nasce com esse objetivo que a gente persegue até hoje, que são 3. A luta pela terra, a luta pela reforma agrária e a luta pela transformação social. A gente pode ajudar a transformar essa realidade tão dura e chegar de repente num novo normal. Um novo normal que não seja normal. Não pode ser normal alguém passar fome. Não pode ser normal alguém não ter comida na mesa, não ter um teto para morar, não ter a dignidade do trabalho para poder gerar a sua existência e a existência da sua família.
When we look at, for instance, informal economy vendors and traders, there is a lot of harassment perpetrated against them by public authorities. Which is or may not be necessary if better working conditions are provided for the traders and vendors.
Cada vez que pasa algo, la policía, que respeto mucho porque representa la ley de este país, pasa en la red lo que le conviene. La gente empieza a hablar que le deportan, que son así. Hoy, para nosotros, llega el momento que ellos entienden lo que está pasando.
Eso significa que las vidas negras no importan en este país. Por eso no queremos decir aquí, las vidas negras también importan.
No sé cuántos somos en el planeta, 100.000 millones de personas. 100 millones de personas pueden manejar el mundo así como lo manejan. ¿De qué parte estamos? ¿En qué lado estamos? Basta de eso.
Returning to the so-called new normal will be a gradual process as well as a very painful process for many. Because with the advent of the new normal, we risk also having informal economy workers and other vulnerable groups pushed to the peripheries of the economic development.
Aqui no Brasil, depois que a gente escutou pela primeira vez essa síntese proferida pelo Papa Francisco, terra, teto, trabalho, a gente apelidou carinhosamente dos 3 T's do Papa. Então, quando a gente quer dialogar com o nosso povo, conversar sobre isso e sobre uma luta muito humana, muito justa, reivindicações muito prioritárias para toda a sociedade, que são a luta pela terra, pelo teto, que é a moradia, e pelo trabalho, que é a dignidade da nossa vida.
Tierra, techo y trabajo es un estandarte que tenemos que llevarlo con la frente bien en alto hasta conseguirlo.
I cambiamenti climatici poi sono un altro esempio di come terra, casa e lavoro significhi e debba significare anche un rapporto diverso con il pianeta in cui abitiamo. La terra è la madre terra, la casa è la possibilità di costruire città e di costruire insediamenti abitativi che siano vivibili, che non diventino giungle.
Tenemos todavía mucho trabajo por hacer. Como líderes de comunidades tenemos la implementación de poder tener acceso a la salud, el poder tener acceso a trabajos con mejor paga laboral, con un mejor salario, el poder tener igualdad y ser reconocidos sin necesidad de tener o percibir ninguna discriminación por nuestro estatus legal, el poder tener la oportunidad de que nuestros hijos puedan aplicar a un mejor futuro educativo y mejores becas y oportunidades laborales para ellos.
Within our organization, we are addressing mostly the issues around housing. Our people don't have water. Our people don't have electricity. Our people have got poor sanitation. Our people don't have houses. And then for us to do it, we have to do it for ourselves. That's why we are saying in our South African language, we say vukuzenzele, meaning that wake up and do it for yourself. Because if you don't do it for yourself, no one will recognize that you are very important and contributing to change your own life.
இப்ப இந்த அமைப்புனால எல்லாம் ஒன்னா சேர்ந்து இருக்கிறதுனால இப்ப அவங்களுக்கு என்ன எத்தனை ரூபாய்க்கு அவங்க பீஸ் வெட்டுறாங்கன்னு எங்களுக்கும் தெரிஞ்சிருக்குது. அதனால நாங்க எல்லாரும் ஒன்னா சேர்ந்துதான் போயிட்டு கம்பெனிக்காரங்கள்ட்ட போயிட்டு கேக்குறோம், அவங்களுக்கு இந்த ரேட்டு கொடுக்குறீங்க, எங்களுக்கும் இதே ரேட்டு கொடுத்தா தான் நாங்க வெட்டுவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எல்லாம் ஒற்றுமையா இருந்து போறதுனால எங்களுக்கு மறுபடியும் அந்த சம்பளமே அவன் ஓனர் கொடுத்துருக்காரு. இதனாலதான் எங்களுக்கு யூஸ், இந்த அமைப்புனால ரொம்ப யூஸ்.
Então, hoje, na nossa luta, a gente tem buscado fazer muito esse vínculo da luta, claro, pelo fim da pandemia, pela vacina para todos e para todas, por um sistema único de saúde, universal, de qualidade, gratuito, mais vinculada a esses outros temas, como o auxílio emergencial, que hoje corresponde em muitas famílias brasileiras aí como a única fonte de renda.
Ante pandemia era todo contra todo. Creo que post pandemia yo tengo la esperanza de que que la gente entienda al que está al lado. Porque tiene mucho o porque tiene menos, pero que entienda al que está al lado.
ancora non siamo nelle condizioni di avere un vaccino o dei vaccini distribuiti nei paesi poveri a tutti e non solo a quelli che sono, diciamo così, concentrati nei paesi ricchi e che devono far funzionare l'economia. La questione del vaccino, di vaccinare, la questione della salute è un diritto umano, non è legato a quanto produttiva è una persona o a quanto produttiva è la sua città o il suo Stato. Quindi dobbiamo fare in modo che questo discorso dei vaccini diventi un discorso appunto di eguaglianza sociale, di giustizia sociale, di diritto umano fondamentale.
Hi, good morning.
¿Qué le pediría al Papa Francisco? Con mucha humildad y con mucho respeto, lo que le pediría como comunidad inmigrante es que se pronuncie públicamente a favor de todos esos inmigrantes que necesitan legalizar su estatus dentro de los países en los cuales somos extranjeros.
Papa nuestro cambió un montón de cosas y esperemos que esas cosas se sigan sosteniendo y que sigan cambiando. Porque es esto, basta de que sea rico el 1%.
அங்கீகரிக்கணும். அவங்க தொழிலாளர்கள் தான், நாங்களும் ஒரு தொழிலாளர்கள் தான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அங்கீகரிக்கணும். கம்பெனியில் என்னென்ன சலுகைகள் கிடைக்குதோ அந்த சலுகைகள் எங்களுக்கும் கிடைக்கணும் அப்படின்னு கோரிக்கிறோம்.
And informal economy workers would request that the Pope help to magnify the amplified voices in the call for universal social protection for all and end to harassment and violence against informal economy workers.
We want our voices to be heard. We want to address all the issues. Being work, being land, being housing. We want to see people participating in changing their own lives.
We're back in action. Fantastic. Yeah, on that one. Great, cool. Right. Okay. So welcome back to everybody, wherever you are in the world, be it here, Bristol, be it Rome. Thank you for joining us. And yes, it's been a bit of a tricky morning in terms of the technicals. We are still finding our way. It's so amazing. It's so ambitious, this project. It really is. We've got some amazing brains and people behind it. But and we have rehearsed and rehearsed. It's just unfortunate that timings and other forces are at will. But for now, what we're going to do is, instead of going to Rome for a talk, we're just going to take a moment here. We're going to go to Rome. That's fine. I knew you were excited there, weren't you? You really wanted to have a listening session, so don't worry, we will be back with it later, okay? Thank you very much, and over to Rome. Are they still having a coffee in Rome? Is this what's going on?
We're looking forward to Miriam introducing Luca Badini, whom we saw a little while earlier.
With Paola Lazzarini, wasn't it? It was fantastic. That was a really great talk.
His talk is subtitled A Scandalous Affair, Papal, quote, Natural Law on Sex. Everybody knows about the Church's teachings on sex, and this is something that we are through to Rome.
No suffering is enough. Each tear that falls is holy. On miracle. And that's something that European thinkers would later come to struggle with. Now, I live in New York, and if you drive upstate from the city, after a few hours, you hit Seneca Falls, which is this small town that's very famous in the US because it was where the world's first women's rights convention was held in 1848. But the story that's hidden away in the background of all of this is kind of the birthplace of women's rights, is that in 15...
So we're just going to go to the listening session. And I'm going to stick with it this time. We're not going to go anywhere. We're going to stay on it. Okay, so just to clarify, okay, for some people did come actually 2 years ago to a root and branch meeting, which was wonderful. But there are some new faces in the room as well. And there are obviously new people online as well. And this session is very much for you online as well as those in the room. So, yeah, you may have attended an event like this. You might be here for the first time and just curious. The content we've put together here in this session is to enable people, whether here or online, to feel like they can have a conversation with others from their communities, to help them find their voice, so that they have the courage and they have experiences to go out and talk to other people around them about nurturing an emerging church together. We're going to ask each of you a series of questions. Exercises, maybe. These exercises might challenge you, and your exercises and experiences might challenge each other. If at any point you feel a discussion is too much for you, then feel free to leave the room or to take a break wherever you are. For the exercises, we're going to need you to organize yourself into pairs. Many of you might be in pairs with people you don't know. We appreciate that, and we ask you to embrace it. If you're at home or you're on your own watching, you can undertake the exercise on your own. That can work too as well. The first task of this exercise is we ask you to share a positive experience of the church, something you feel worth sharing with each other. If in pairs, we ask the first person to speak uninterrupted for 2 minutes, and then the second person to speak uninterrupted for 2 minutes, and then for the last 2 minutes to chat together about what you've observed in each other's conversation. So it's going to give you a moment, if you can, just to find someone to pair with for the exercise, okay? And if you want to, you can do it on your own if you'd feel more comfortable with that. But if you can find someone to pair with, that would be really great. And if you can't find a pair, please do stick up your hand so someone can come to you and know that that will work and you won't be on your own. Yeah. I find it's quite hard to read. And
Right.
okay.
You're doing really well.
Is it? Is it okay?
Yeah. I'll go to timings.
Thanks.
I'll put on the stopwatch.
Some times to run to, so it helps everybody in the room work together, and also for those online at home to participate in the exercise with you, if that's okay. So just to be really clear, the first person in your pair talks for 2 minutes, sharing a positive church experience, and the second person talks uninterrupted for 2 minutes. And then for the final 2 minutes, you're going to comment on what each other has said, what you appreciated, what you found challenging, just helping you find your way. And if you're at home or on your own, just write for 6 minutes with some pen and paper what you for yourself has been a positive church experience. And Mary, would you like to run the timings for everybody in the room?
1, 2, 3, go.
Thank you. Is that all right?
Super. Absolutely super. Listen to them.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Okay. Starting to die a little bit. It's fine, yeah.
No, you did brilliant.
Was it okay? Was it clear? Yeah.
Really good. You're so relaxed. It comes across beautifully.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Together, we're in this together. I'm so glad I'm with you. But you know,
Like
but I mean, if you'd been
wise.
on your own, this would have been so hard to deal with. Just for you, I was just like thinking, like last time.
I think it was most of the time I was on my own. But then we didn't do anything like this. So it was much more cut and dry. And there was very little of this cutting to other places.
I think you can say in a minute, you can say, just so you're aware, you've got 20 seconds left. I think that is really helpful as a way. Over to both of you in pairs now can observe what each other has said and have a chat together. Three, two, one. And then we're going to have to call it there, guys. Thank you so much. That was amazingly buzzy as a room. Guys, can we stop? We're going to have to be quite tight on this, unfortunately, because I can hear loads of beautiful conversation happening. We're just going to swap it now, because it's really important to balance this with the next question. So I want you to do exactly the same structure. And for those online at home or on your own, again, 6 minutes to write, to share a negative experience. So the first partner talking uninterrupted, followed by the second. I will start now. Four, three, two, one, and over to the other pair now to talk uninterrupted for the next 2 minutes. Thank you. 10 seconds remaining.
No, you could be more firm.
It's fine, it's fine. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now chat between yourselves about what you observed about the other person said, what you appreciated, what you found challenging. Thank you. Ten seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And thank you, everybody. We're going to have to stop that there because we need to prepare ourselves to go back to Rome. But again, it was just listening into a few comments there. Thank you, everybody. There's so much to say. It's great you found your voice. That's exactly what the exercise is for. We would love to hear back from you on this exercise, both online and here in the room. Tomorrow. We've got a second part to this session, so thank you so much. And if you do want to write in with comments in the meantime, do, because we would love to hear from you, and pictures too. Thank you. I hope you found that useful to exercise what's in your mind and in your heart. Now, next stage.
Here we are, but we are actually taking ourselves back to Rome. They found their sound, they've got their programs, they're ready to go. Rome, over to you.
Hello from Rome. If everyone could take their seats, that would be wonderful. And I'm going to introduce, you can pretend this is coming as a surprise, Dr. Luca Badini, Confalonieri. The amazing director of research for the Weingarts Institute, and he is going to be presenting as a background introduction to the LGBT panel, which will happen directly afterwards. So over to you, Luca.
Well, thank you very much again for being here. And thank you again, Miriam, for your kind introduction. And thank you, of course, Spirit Unbounded, for having brought us together for this amazing event. It is wonderful to be able to share with you what we've been up to at the Weingarts Institute for Catholic Research. The Weingarts Institute is a UK-based non-profit think tank which carries out theological research to explore how to integrate findings from the relevant secular disciplines with official Catholic teachings on sexual ethics, church governance, and human rights more broadly. My presentation will touch on issues which have been discussed more at length in some of the other talks of Spirit Unbounded. The natural law approach used by the Vatican in dealing with sexual ethics was discussed both by Professor of Ethics Hille Haker and by the Director of Catholics for Choice, Jamie Manson. The emphasis of patriarchy on procreation is part of the longer talk given by Angela Saini, of which you have heard an extract. the papal ban on contraception, which Cherie Blair highlighted as a need of re-examination, and finally same-sex relationships, which have been and will be the focus of a number of presentations here. So the focus of this talk is the papal teaching on the purpose of sex. That topic is the common thread linking those I just mentioned, both because that papal teaching is based on natural law, and because it underlies the twin condemnations of contraception and same-sex relationships. And it is a papal teaching which the Weingart Institute has examined at some length. Twice over the past few years, we've been coordinating 2 separate interdisciplinary panels of academics to evaluate the official arguments behind those 2 famous papal condemnations. The conclusions have been set out in 2 research reports, which in turn have been summarized in 2 so-called academic statements signed by dozens of Catholic academics from the relevant disciplines, which were published in 2017 and 2021 respectively, and are freely available online on our website in several languages. The one on same-sex relationships in particular is available in 10 languages, including Chinese and Filipino, thanks to the amazing generosity of the global network of Rainbow Catholics. And I'm delighted to say that at least one of our contributing academics, New Testament scholar Michael Brinkschroeder, and one of the volunteers who translated the report in Portuguese, Anna, are here with us today in this room. My goal today then is to provide an overview of the arguments behind the papal teaching on the purpose of sex. And I will do so looking at what we can glean from a few of the relevant disciplines, from biology to the Bible. Now, before I start doing so, let me suggest that while those condemnations are ordinarily regarded as the Catholic position on sex, they should in fact more accurately be called the papal opinion on sex. For as we will see, we are talking primarily of a papal teaching which was developed in isolation from, and indeed against, the beliefs and practices of most Catholics, the witness of the Bible, a key affirmation by the Doctrinal Commission of the Second Vatican Council, and last but not least, the official recommendation of the Pope's own expert commission on birth control back in the 60s. Let me also remind you that such a papal teaching underlines all the main official papal judgments on sexual issues, on the use of contraception, as I said, same-sex relations, masturbation, and IVF. So if the papal understanding of the purpose of sex turns out to be wrong, you will have to reconsider the entirety of Catholic sexual ethics, which is still, to a large extent, as I noted, the papal sexual ethics. Finally, let me remind you that those teachings are far from harmless. They have very important real-life consequences. The Catholic Church runs approximately 25% of all the private healthcare facilities and schools in the world. By statute, those institutions need to abide by the papal teachings on sex. So, for example, hospitals and health clinics are forbidden to, and I quote, provide facilities and services for the administration of artificial contraceptives, end quote. There was a quote from the Catholic Episcopal Conference of the Philippines, but the same is generally demanded by the hierarchy of Catholic health facilities around the world. To this day, half of all pregnancies in the Philippines are unintended, and of those unintended pregnancies, 90% are due to a lack of modern methods of contraception. And earlier today, you heard Martha Musonza Holman relating how a similar situation applies in Zimbabwe, and I don't think I need to add anything to that. Similarly, Catholic schools, if and when they do actually offer sex education, must generally insist that contraception and as well as same-sex relations are quote-unquote intrinsically wrong, and so to be avoided always regardless of the circumstances. I leave it to you to imagine what that kind of language can do to vulnerable people around the world. Now, as it happens, in the official documents, the papal understanding of the purpose of sex is based on one single argument. It is the so-called argument from natural law which purports to be based on the evidence from nature itself, and so to be accessible to and verifiable by everybody, regardless of their religious faith. That argument was put forward most authoritatively in the 1968 encyclical Humane Vitae. Its reasoning can be summarized in the following 3 points. Number 1, the biological, quote-unquote, laws of generation show that every act of sexual intercourse has procreation as its natural end or goal, that it is, and I quote, in itself destined to procreation, end quote, every single act. Number 2, God established those biological laws. Number 3, therefore, human beings cannot interfere with those laws, and so they can never hinder procreation as one of the natural ends of sex. Doing so would be intrinsically evil, that is always immoral, regardless of the intention of the agent, the circumstances of the situation, or the consequences of the action. What's wrong with such an argument? Well, we could do worse than reread how it was answered by the Doctrinal Commission of the Second Vatican Council, which was in charge of evaluating proposed amendments to the various drafts of the conciliar documents. Specifically, that commission had rejected an amendment proposed by a group of 109 bishops, which asked for the introduction of the key affirmation, later repeated almost verbatim in Humane Vitae, namely that each and every act of sexual intercourse is, and I quote, in itself apt to the generation of offspring, end quote. The Commission rejected this proposal with the following pithy one-liner, and I quote, not all acts tend to generation. See, for example, sterility and the infertile period of the menstrual cycle, end quote. That was all that the Commission said in rejecting that proposed amendments from a fairly large group of bishops. It should have been all that needed saying to stop Humane Vitae from making the same argument just 3 years later. Now, if you recall that the so-called fertile window lasts up to 7 days of the menstrual cycle, you can see that the 2 cases the Commission highlighted as completely incapable of procreation, namely sex between sterile individuals incapable of biological generation and sex outside the fertile window, encompass the vast majority of instances of sex. In summary, most acts of sex are biologically incapable of procreation, and so from the viewpoint of biology, it is simply mistaken to affirm that every act of sex has procreation as one of its natural ends. An act of sex cannot be said to have procreation as its natural end if it is biologically incapable of procreating. Now, if we look at biology from an evolutionary perspective, we can see that the biological fact that the vast majority of acts of sex has either a 0 or a negligible chance to result in conception is in itself the expression of an evolutionary development. As it's well known, for most mammals, sexual activity is determined biologically by the reproductive hormones, which regulate its exercise and generally limited to the female estrus, a regularly occurring period of sexual receptivity and fertility in most female mammals. Now, it is distinctive of the evolutionary development of highly intelligent animal species that sexual intercourse moved away from that biological determinism, that is, from mating only when the female is in heat, as it were, and so from mating with reproduction as its primary end. This is particularly evident, of course, in the evolutionary development of primate sexuality, already in the great apes and even more clearly in humans. As professor in life science ethics and reproduction, Irina Pollard, one of the contributors to our report, put it with regard to human sexuality, and I quote, "The advantages of retaining sexual receptivity at all times, including those when conception is not a physiological option, is obvious. Such a strategy clearly helps to maintain long-term relationships. It is an evolutionary device to maximize parental care of the young and to provide sexual pleasure and comfort for the highly sexed human being." The evolution of human sexuality then shows a shift away from hormonal determinism, and so from having reproduction as its primary end, and towards a sexuality more subsumed under the control of the brain, and consequently responsive to rational agency. A sexuality whose ends are determined rationally and therefore can embody whatever meanings, values, and ends are chosen by that uniquely creative and social creature, the human person. Such an integration of the reproductive hormones under the control of rational intentionality, which can imbue sex with a vast variety of meanings, values, and ends other than procreation, is precisely the distinctive nature of human sexuality in comparison with most non-human animals. Those non-conceptive ends have to do with our nature as social beings, and so are as varied as what is required by our social interactions. Among the primary non-conceptive ends of human sexuality are, of course, pleasure, mutual pleasure, the establishment, development, and maintenance of pair bonding, mutual support, commitment, and love. Everything that the papal teaching subsumes under the heading of the unitive aspect of sex. To sum up, sex in humans is a form of expression. It's a language, it's an act whose meanings and values, purposes and ends are as varied as those required by our social nature. The Vatican insistence that sex must always be open to procreation is a reductionist, impoverished understanding of sexuality which misunderstands the biology of human reproduction and its evolutionary history, and which is barely adequate to describe animal sexuality. Finally, let me say something about the Bible. It is no coincidence that Humane Vitae, which stated that was the first sort of comprehensive statement of papal teaching on the purpose of sex, Humane Vitae did not attempt to defend its understanding on the basis of the Bible, but merely of what it thought nature was like. And that's because already back then, in the 60s, scholars had by and large come to agree that nowhere in the Bible is contraception condemned or procreationism, as it is sometimes called, endorsed. But some passages in the Bible do offer their view on the purpose of sex. The seminal biblical passage in this regard occurs at the very beginning, in the second creation story in Genesis chapter 2. The relevant verses are 18 to 24, and of those, the first and the last are the most important. Verse 18 has God affirmed, and I quote, "It is not good for Adam to be alone. I will make a partner suitable for him," end quote. This affirms two purposes of sexual differentiation. First, the overcoming of loneliness, and second, mutual help. In turn, the crucial verse 24 affirms, and I quote, "That is why a man leaves his father and mother and is united to his woman, and they become one flesh," end quote. The initial "that" refers to the previously mentioned purposes of sexual differentiation, namely overcoming loneliness and mutual help. So the point of attention is that that passage of Genesis highlights the unitive function of fellowship, relationship, affective union, communion in love, call it the way you want, as the only raison d'etre and distinctive of human sexuality and even marriage. Don't take my word for it. Here is Professor of Old Testament Richard Davidson, who in 2007 wrote a massive book, more than 700 pages, entitled Flame of Yahweh, Sexuality in the Old Testament, one of the most comprehensive studies on the subject. That is what he wrote about that seminal passage in Genesis 2, and I quote, "Sexual differentiation has meaning apart from the procreative purpose. The complete absence of any reference to the propagation of children in Genesis 2 highlights the significance of the unitive purpose of sexuality. By the full stop after one flesh in verse 24, sexuality is given independent meaning and value. It does not need to be justified only as a means to a superior end, that is procreation. Sexual love in the creation pattern is valued for its own sake. For the biblical narrator, the communitarian affective function of marriage takes precedence over the procreative function of marriage, end quote. So looking beyond Genesis, nowhere, of course, is procreation mandated as necessary for sex or even marriage in general. In fact, the Song of Songs, which Richardson, among others, calls Return to Eden because of its echoes to the view of sexuality in Genesis 2, the Song of Songs celebrates sexual desire and its fulfillment in sexual intimacy and sexual pleasure, all of them as goods in themselves and not merely as a means to the end of procreation. Furthermore, the lovers of the Song of Songs are not said to be married when they have sex, so much so that they have to have sex secretly, at least at the beginning of the song. And last but not least, the song goes as far as inviting all listeners to partake in what Annette Schellenberg, professor of Old Testament at the University of Vienna, has described as, and I quote, an unrestricted love relationship. An unrestricted love relationship, end quote. In summary, the creation account of Genesis 2, and one of the most prominent positions in the Bible, affirms that the purpose of human sexuality comprises companionship, mutual help, physical pleasure. They're all endorsed as morally worthy purposes of sex, regardless of the concomitant existence of either a biological capacity of or an intention to procreate. And similarly, the Song of Songs celebrates sexual desire and intimacy as good in themselves, again without any mention of openness to procreation or any such thing. So what's the take-home of this entire presentation? There's a desperate need for a complete overhaul of the current papal teaching on sex to make it a true Catholic teaching reflecting the beliefs and practices of the people of God and beyond. And I say beyond because, of course, it's not just Christians who have a say in what the purpose of sex is. If it's natural law, as something that everybody can have a say in. It doesn't require religious faith. The understanding of each and every act of sex, the understanding that each and every act of sex must be open to procreation is such a profoundly reductionist view of what sex is about, that it would be ridiculous were its consequences not so deadly, truly anti-life rather than procreation, ironically. Such untenable arguments have justified one of the most appalling moral mistakes of the papacy over the last 50 years or so. I'm referring to the papal paralysis and long silence when repeatedly and urgently asked to allow the use of contraceptives for the prophylactic purpose of minimizing the transmission of STIs and particularly HIV. A silence which for many years has caused countless suffering to millions of people, both straight and gay. And yet the papacy has not yet given up the fight. Even this Pope felt obliged to reiterate the argument that all acts of sex need to be open to procreation, and he did so in the 2016 document Amoris Laetitia at the end of a 2-year worldwide synod reflecting on the family. While the document thankfully does not repeat Humanae Vitae's condemnation of the use of contraceptives, it does not reject it either, and so that condemnation stays. The problem is that popes have boxed themselves in by their inability to admit that they, or their predecessors, got it wrong. This has been the case from the start, of course, because the reason Paul VI decided to go against the conclusion of his own experts was precisely because he could not countenance his predecessors having been mistaken on such an important issue. And to this day, the papal teaching on sex has been more about preserving papal authority than about searching for the truth by consulting experts and listening to people. But here's to hoping that this will soon change and those two priorities reverse. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Luca, for that fabulous, juicy presentation. I will shortly be handing over to Jamie Manson, who's going to be chairing the next panel. And whilst our 4 panelists take their seats here. We will play a 5-minute clip from the talk by Sister Dr. Josee Ngalula, from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We actually just met a bishop from DRC out there in the lunchroom. The quality of the film is a little patchy, but it's so important to hear what she has to say. 20 years of personal research, and the rest of her talk is available under the program called Shaping the Tree, and that was screened in Monday's online program. Just a little warning, the topic might be triggering for some people, and we do have support resources available on the Spirit Unbounded website and on the YouTube channel.
Visitors who are clerics usually use misinterpretations of Bible verses to make the nuns and other women who are very attached to piety, to convince them that they are wives of Christ with Bible verses, and that if you are a wife of Christ, you must give both your soul and body to the Christ. That is the first step. The second step, that from this misinterpretation, they convince them that the cleric represents the Christ. And because the clerics represent the Christ, you have to give to the clerics, these clerics, your soul and your body. The second thing that is stressed by the survivors is that there is also traps. We have nuns and other women who are trapped through invitation to isolated place for spiritual exercise, for example, for confession or for spiritual dialogue. Women are trapped by clerics in isolated place, and they are raped either through physical force or either through threats or blackmail. Blackmail comes mainly from the confession. When a woman, a married woman or a nun goes to confession and says that she had made a sin, for example, abortion or adultery, after that the clerics takes this information and begin to make a blackmail in the woman to force her to sexual intercourse, otherwise he will denounce her. So we have traps through blackmail.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jamie Manson. I'm president of Catholics for Choice. I'll be your facilitator for the next 40 minutes. It's my pleasure and my honor to introduce this distinguished panel. The Synod's meeting for LGBTQIA and ally Catholics. In addition to being president of Catholics for Choice, for 12 years I wrote a column at the National Catholic Reporter. It was called Grace on the Margins. I came out in my first column in 2008. It was a very different church. It was a very different society. I could not have imagined we would be where we are now. Yet I'm painfully aware of how far we still have to go. And that's why we have this panel today. So it's my pleasure to introduce you to Miro, Mara, Marianne, Mickey, and Mark. Coming to a cabaret near you soon. This is a very full, very distinguished panel with a limited amount of time. I'm going to introduce each panelist just before they speak and ask them an individual question. We'll do one round of that, see how it goes based on timing. We may do some follow-up, but there will be time for questions. In the room in Rome, from Bristol, Bristol will be WhatsApping me questions, and online audiences can type their questions into the YouTube chat as long as you are signed in. So let's begin with Miroslav Matavka. Miro is from the European Forum of LGBT Christian Groups and is particularly interested in European East-West division. So Miro, I'm hoping you can set the political stage for us about what is at stake and how deeply influential the church is on society and society is on the church. From full support of marriage equality or trans rights to criminalization, there is a growing polarization on these issues. So according to your experience from living both in the East and West of Europe and your work with the global network of Rainbow Catholics, where does the Catholic Church stand on overcoming these divisions? Are church leaders acting against or contrary in support of this division? And how does this affect ordinary people of faith?
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Well, express to me why I try to answer this polarization. The microphone. We're working on the mic. Okay. So just basically. Now it's working. Okay. So now it should be working. Basically, I grew up in communist Slovakia in the 80s, where as a Catholic person, I was living under the sort of John Paul II teaching, what we heard about the natural law and all this kind of stuff. Throughout my puberty, when I found out that I'm gay, I was living in Slovakia according to the teaching, so abstinence and thinking that I'm called for the chaste life as a gay man. But then, for whatever reason, when we had the change of the systems, I managed to, in early 2000, to live in UK, where I found my vocation and tried to join the Jesuit order. And through that process, actually, I, as a gay person, and admitted to myself that it is okay to be gay. And that's where I learned that how the church's position is important for the individual, even to live in the society. We have, Slovakia is a really homophobic country in the ILGA, which is a rating of attitudes of the general public towards LGBT people. Slovakia is always on the bottom, as well as Poland, so the Eastern European countries. And in these countries, Poland, Slovakia, Catholic Church has a big influence. And it is really affecting the lives of the individual person, because you feel sort of trapped that if you want to be a good Catholic, you need to live according to the teaching, and the teaching that you are being presented by the church leaders is forcing you to internalize homophobia, internalize transphobia. So you basically grow up as a person hating yourself for something that has been God-given to you. And this is a huge difficulty for those people. We heard in the clip a lot about victims being trapped, either physically or mentally. And in these countries where you have these attitudes and the church leaders still communicate the teaching their own way, they force people, the people are trapped in hating themselves for their sexual orientation or gender identity. And throughout my experience, then when I lived in the UK or then in Germany, where I was actually working with a group called Queer Gottesdienst. It is a LGBT Catholic group in Munich, where they celebrated just last year 20 years of working, and they had Cardinal Marx leading a mass to celebrate for them. And when I met Cardinal Marx, I was introduced as I'm a Slovak representative. And when the Cardinal Marx heard, oh, Slovakia, oh my gosh, you're bishops. So for me, it was already this sort of this split, that we have this divisions, that we have, even though it is still, it's not all rosy in countries like Germany or Britain, but it is totally different level for the people that are either in Eastern Europe, or we have in Africa, where still homosexuality is being criminalized, and where you have still the position of the church is not being clear to enforce the representative of the Catholic Church to fight the criminalization of people who cannot change their sexuality. It is appalling, and I'm trying to combine these experiences that I have, my own experience in Slovakia, or through the work that we're doing either at the European level with the European formal LGBT Christian groups, or as well as a member of the global network of Rainbow Catholics, that the global positions, the global experiences that when we share from the representatives from Asia or Africa, which is totally different experiences that they have. And I would hope for a Catholic Church, which is so global, but should share the same values, that it is not enforcing at least the basic principles of humanity to helping interpret the teaching correctly. We had Luca sharing some of their research that they're doing at Wingard's Institute, and at the European Forum level, we worked with them a couple of years ago on this academic statement that they were publishing, that were working, which was basically sharing the Christian opposition or Christian arguments against same-sex partnerships. And for me, it was as well astounding that, for instance, in my home country, how even the theologians opposed it. You know, that you didn't really have a rational discussion. It was all based on either you follow the teaching or you don't. There was no freedom of doubt. So there is this really a divide, that rationality in some Catholic countries is not even allowed, and this is really affecting as well general public, because in countries like Slovakia or Poland, Catholic Church, Catholic hierarchy has a big power even on what's happening in the governmental places.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Miro. Excellent. I was remiss in not saying people's pronouns, even though it is bolded on my page. My pronouns are she, her, Miro is he, him, and now it is my pleasure to introduce Mara Klein, pronouns they, them. Mara is a member of the German Synodal path regarding the invisibility of trans and non-binary realities within theology and the church. So, Mara, for the last 3 years, you've participated in the German Synod, representing your generation as well as the queer community. What role did LGBTQI plus topics play for the German path? And how do you evaluate their significance for the World Synod that's happening now?
Are we working? Can you hear me? All right, great. I was part of the German Synod, but I was not invited as a trans person. I was invited very much last minute to represent my generation amongst 14 other young people, because they realized that the voices of young people, and by young I mean younger than 13, would not be heard at all otherwise. At the first assembly already back in 2020, I felt that the way some bishops spoke about the issue of abuse within the church was unbearable. They behaved as if they were the victims, not the upholders of an oppressive system that allowed for abuse and discrimination to happen. At the first meeting, I spoke up, challenging by citing theology of liberation and by outing myself as non-binary person. No bishop and most lay people didn't know about non-binary people before they met me. Another trans person who also belonged to the young people and was not recruited as a trans person spoke up about how his identity as a trans man was utilized by a priest who abused him sexually, to keep him quiet, quote unquote, who will believe someone like you over me. The issues of discrimination, invisibility, and abuse are interconnected within the Church. The testimonies of LGBTIQ+ people in the German Synod and through the initiative of Out in Church made this connection clear to many inside and outside the Synod, who then started to support us as allies. I emphasized in the beginning that I was not invited to the Synod as a non-binary person. They didn't know. However, by speaking up, I brought a topic into the Synod that no one had anticipated, including myself, actually. Going in, I had no hope to discuss LGBTIQ+ matters. I thought we'd be lucky, brushing on women's rights. Within 3 years, we managed to alter Catholic labor rights in Germany so that LGBTIQ employees did not have to hide any longer. We went from bishops having never heard or let alone seen a trans or non-binary person to some bishops even openly supporting trans, inter, and non-binary rights in their ability, of course, to do so. The texts on LGBTIQ rights we managed to produce, which by the way have been translated to French, Spanish, and English in the meantime and are available online, ended up being more revolutionary than the texts on women's rights who fell frightfully short. Bishops felt the pressure to act in view of LGBTIQ testimonies, while the testimonies of women who were also present and very outspoken in a synod maybe seemed less new to them. However, queer rights and women's rights are interconnected. If we ask for equality, we ask for equality for all. Women's rights profit from queer rights and vice versa. There is a long way still to go. The demand for LGBTIQ rights and the visibility of our realities brings the radical disruption church and church leaders apparently require to change. The church in Germany is not looking for a global solution. Contrary to Rome's perception that grew more and more hostile over the years, many of our texts are for a local context or beg the Pope and global bishops to reconsider matters of discrimination rather than demanding really anything. These topics are pressing, but obviously they are not in line with the interests of power preservation for a heteronormative patriarchy. With the church losing significance in Europe and Germany in particular, now more than ever there is a need for us to adapt to a society that is appalled by the church's crimes against human rights. With right-wing powers gaining influence worldwide, now more than ever there is a chance for churches to make a real statement, to go ahead with inner change and show that we aren't a community who stands for violence and hatred, but a church who stands for and with the marginalized, to reconnect with the gospel and advocate the strength that lies in love and real equality for all. At least for the German context, I am convinced that the church of the future must be a church that defends plurality and human rights on all levels, or else it will fall into insignificance, or worse, will find itself on the wrong side of history once more.
Excellent. Thank you, Mara. Thanks so much, Mara. My pleasure to introduce Marianne Duddy-Burke, my longtime friend and co-conspirator. Marianne's pronouns are she, her. She is Dignity USA's executive director and co-chair of the Global Network of Rainbow Catholics. Marianne is a married mother of 2 children, one of whom is a trans son. Marianne, welcome.
Thank you. Did I kill the mic? Okay. It's not on? Okay. Thank you, Spirit Unbounded, for having us all here today. It's an important conversation. No. Okay?
Might have opened it up.
No? I don't know. Is this working now? Okay, great. Hear an echo. Okay. So clearly the Synod, can we get rid of the echo? Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
The,
Don't pop it all.
So clearly the Synod is a major event in the life of the global Catholic Church, and I think all of us here hope that it moves the institutional church towards greater accountability, inclusivity, and responsiveness to the needs of the world today. I would say that the three main priorities that Dignity USA and the Global Network of Rainbow Catholics have heard in regards to the Synod are decriminalization and an end to the dehumanization of our lives, pastoral responses that centers the individual and the family, not dogma, and opens all sacraments to LGBTIQ people, and changing official church teaching on sexuality, gender, and relationships. Yet we cannot pin all our hopes on what happens among official delegates, in the recommendations made to the Pope, and in the Pontiff's decisions about whether and how these recommendations are implemented. We as Catholics cannot wait on these outcomes to take more personal responsibility for living a mature faith, for prioritizing the voice of God we discern deep within our own prayer and study, and for caring for our communities and our world. These are things that LGBTIQ plus communities, perhaps more than any others, have enormous experience in doing in our church. We have had to learn to trust the truth of our identities, embrace them as God-given blessings, and claim the sacredness of our relationships and our gender despite official teachings, pastoral practices that exclude and dehumanize us, and having our own church disseminate the vilest of beliefs about us. We have seen the LGBTIQ plus community expand its circle as people of varied sexual orientations and gender identities give voice to their identities. It has not always been easy to find common ground or to understand how to address needs that feel new. We have done so through listening, trusting the truths each of us speak, and truly believing that it is our Christian duty to embrace each other, even those who seem very different from us, as created, graced, and deeply loved by God. Therefore, we have a duty to honor their dignity and respond to their needs. We have modeled striving to do so in a way many others in the church could learn from. In a church that denies us sacramental recognition of our commitments, refuses to use our true names, bans us from religious life or priesthood, fires us not for being bad at our jobs, but simply because of who we are or whom we love, tries to prevent us from parenting, and, as in my country, bans us from meeting in Catholic spaces for daring to speak truth, LGBTIQ plus Catholics and allies have claimed essential elements of Catholic tradition in finding innovative ways to live our faith. We have created our own rituals, adapted from marriage or baptismal rites, validated the ministry of those whose vocations are unrecognized by the official church, supported those forced out of paid employment or volunteer service in the church, and lived the reality that the church is not a building, but the gathering of God's people. We have reached beyond our own pain to serve others who suffer, refugees and asylum seekers, people who are hungry, ill, addicted, impoverished, imprisoned, victims of war or violence. In doing all of this, we have modeled how Catholicism can and must be flexible enough to address the real human needs of many across place, culture, identity, gender, relational status, and so on. One of the key demands of LGBTIQ+ people has been to have openly queer people among the official Synod delegates. As of now, there is no such representation of us or our families in the audience hall. We advocate for such inclusion so that discussion of LGBTIQ+ issues, which emerged as a priority in every continental listening process, include those who can speak for ourselves and that our realities are not interpreted by those who do not live it. In addition, we need to be in the room so that the particular gifts and graces of our community can be seen as resources to help our church overcome the many challenges it faces as it seeks to live the message of the gospel in our current world.
Thank you, Marianne. It's my pleasure to introduce Mickey Hairline. Mickey's pronouns are they, them. Mickey is a board member of Out in Church, a campaign for church without fear, which is discrimination critical and internationally renowned. They are also currently under contract as an education consultant for the diversity unit of the Archdiocese of Freiburg. Mickey, similar question to Marianne. As a non-binary person, what hope do you have for the Synod?
Thank you, Jamie. Do you hear me? Good? Okay. Well, people ask me all the time what, as a non-binary person, is my hope for the Synod. And since I'm an impatient person, and because change is long overdue, I guess, do you think so too? I don't expect much. Change can only be an updated teaching. We don't need that pastoral sugarcoating. And I won't bow down to a meaningless everyone welcome in the church. You remember the Pope Francis' words at the World Youth Day in Lisbon. What we need is a legal certainty in the church so that fascists can no longer justify their one-dimensional worldview biblically and catechetically. Wow, what a word. Because this costs quite a few human lives. How many trans people are persecuted, humiliated, and murdered worldwide? How many of us are being forced into suicide? Should I be patient? When right-wing forces around the world become stronger and stronger, do we have to fear that Nazis might be back in power soon in my country? And what will happen then? Will they then come and deport us with buses in economy class? I would like to turn the question around and ask, what hope does the church actually have in queer people? How can it be a listening church if it doesn't listen at all? How is it supposed to learn if we are not invited to the Synod? They talk about us, okay, of which we are lucky, but not with us. This is exactly the opposite of an option for the poor and oppressed. Here too, the situation is the other way around. The church needs the voice of the oppressed to credibly carry the gospel into the world. Lost my line. We have already proven our depth of faith. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here anymore, after all the insults and injuries. We are here only because Christ loves us. Our Out in Church campaign has made visible what many of us have had to endure for years. The testimonies are numerous and yet are not listened to. And it really sounds like a mockery when the Pope, of all people the highest link in the chain, described the synodal path in Germany as elitist. Seriously? I mean, yes, of course, the synodal path is entirely academic. It has to be if it claims to analyze the systemic causes of sexual abuse in the church and draw the right conclusions from them. On the synodal path, those affected were at least heard. Queer people were also involved. Mara had a vote, coincidentally. But that's exactly what it's about. Queer perspectives and equal rights are needed in theology, in the priesthood, in pastoral work, and of course here at a World Synod. Out in Church has fought hard for the rights of queer employees through our visibility. And that's why we are here, to be visible and proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final panelist is Mark Guevara. Mark is a board member of Concerned Lay Catholics Canada and a doctoral student at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley, California. His interest in this issue is deeply personal, having been fired as a pastoral associate for being in a same-gender relationship, and there are hundreds more like you, Mark, in North America. Mark, you served as a lay pastoral worker in a parish for 8 years. According to your termination letter, you were fired for being gay and in a relationship. What are your hopes for the Synod?
Thanks for the question, Jamie. Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'll try my best to speak louder a little bit in the back. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopes and fears. Thank you so much, Mickey, for sharing your own hopes. I've had the pleasure of spending the last several days with you here and hearing your own story, listening to your fears, anxieties, but also hopes. And it's so wonderful that we gather fundamentally because of these hopes. I apologize at first if my answer is going to be a little bit simple. My first career was being a catechist, teaching young children about Jesus. So, but I also am a theology student, so I have to, I guess, use big words like catechetical. But yeah, so what do I want? My first hope is for an official apology. Apologies from the institutional church to those who've been harmed and excluded, our LGBTQ plus siblings, women, the poor, disaffected Catholics, youth even. We've listened in millions of listening sessions, and in summary after summary, we've heard that the church has excluded people. And not only words of apology, but tangible steps of reconciliation and healing. In Canada, it took the finding of the remains of children to get an apology. What more? And we were all taught this. You know, as a catechist, I had to teach kids the 4 steps of reconciliation. Does anyone remember? The first, contrition. Number 2, confession. Number 3, absolution. And number 4, penance. Do we even get a sense of contrition from our institutional church? How far do we still have to go? My second hope is a call to lament. We've heard over and over again that we cannot do synodality without prayer. Well, what kind of prayer are we doing when we are deaf to the cries of the poor, the migrants, the dying in the Holy Land, the marginalized, us LGBTQ plus siblings? We need to have within our Sunday Mass, Sunday after Sunday, a time for lament. I appreciate the liturgy yesterday when we took time to lament. I appreciate this morning, this beautiful chair of ribbons in Bristol, a sign of lament and solidarity. We need to do this. Let us embed this in our liturgy. My third hope for the Synod is tangible change of certain teachings, church structures, laws, and policies, most especially to amplify the voices of those marginalized by the church, and to make their voices not simply consultative, but binding. As a member of Concerned Lay Catholics in Canada, we strive for that. In Canada, we strive to amplify the voices of abuse survivors, women, LGBTQ+ people, and the Indigenous peoples. Does everyone remember the Synod Handbook and the preparatory document? Wasn't that amazing? At least for me, the questions, the attitudes for being synodal, the pitfalls which we are supposed to avoid. I was invited to lead a Lenten parish mission on synodality, and I used those attitudes as a form of penitential reflection. Imagine if we could just use that. We have already a source of wisdom of which we can draw from to be synodal. My fourth hope is for real change, to formation at all levels in the church. Every seminary, theology school, religious education program, catechetical program needs to be reformed to be synodal, to teach how we are to be synodal. Every layperson needs to be re-engaged, needs to be empowered to work for change. And without that, we'll only perpetuate clericalism. We need to be formed in a communion with each other. But I know how hard this can be for a church that's not usually accustomed to even saying hi to our neighbors in our pews. But we have to do it. A little bit of dying in each of us just to say hello, good morning. Building bridges to one another, reconciling with the other, restoring relationships. This is preaching the good news today. And all of these are necessary tasks on the synodal path. Those are my hopes. Apology, lament, legal change, and renewed formation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much. We have 10 precious minutes for questions and answers, and I have been getting flooded with fantastic questions from Bristol and from online. So I'm going to take one AB of those, and then we'll do one from the Rome audience. Make it good. No speeches, please. Just a simple question. We are very tight on time. A little bit of spice and a little bit of hope. How do you deal with the fact that we know a lot of our clergy are gay, and I suspect a number of them are transgender? It's a question, something we don't even we need to talk about as well. How do you deal with the hypocrisy, and how do you maintain your faith with an institution that works tirelessly and spends endless amounts of money to take away our rights? Easy.
Well, it's not easy to deal with that. I mean, I grew up with that hypocrisy in this seminary of priests.
Close.
I think, yeah, okay. When I studied theology, I think more than 50% of the priests were gay, but they had this internal homophobia. So I think it's not their fault. We have to understand that. It's not their fault that they learned a strategy to hide. It and to understand it, that's my way.
I always wonder whether someone shouldn't say to the bishops, if you won't do it for us, lay people who are openly queer, do it for your queer brothers in the office, because they are suffering as well. Mm-hmm. Maybe their souls are even suffering worse than ours, because we find community in each other, and that's something they don't have. I don't want to pity them too much, obviously. It's just a strategy for me to think about it and to think about it with mercy, rather than to get too angry about it to do anything. Yes.
Excellent.
I'm with Mara on that one. I think a little bit of pity and vulnerability. When I was fired, I became the most public gay Catholic in the country. And that was scary for a lot of priests, including some of my friends. And what do you do about that? And for me, it is what Jesus did in the upper room with the apostles, to share his woundedness with others as a method for shared vulnerability, for faith and for hope, but also calling them to their own vow that they be conformed to be like Jesus. Is this what Jesus would want?
I think there's so much that reflects the need for radical changes in our church in that question, because, you know, clericalism plays a role in this, the really flawed views of gender, sexuality, and relationships, and this hierarchicalism, patriarchy, all of that is wrapped up in why so many gay priests, gay bishops, potentially trans folks are trapped in a system and do evil to themselves and do evil to others. And I think that second part of that question is also really important. Using the resources of our institution as a force of oppression needs to be pushed back against by the people of God, constantly, forcefully, consistently, you know, rejected in our name.
Thank you, Marianne. Okay, Rome audience, you get one shot, one question. Make it good, make it short. All righty, Nancy.
I was wondering, when you mentioned that one of your big hopes for the Synod is renewed formation. That's kind of a broad, general term, and I wondered if you had in mind priestly formation or a formation of ordinary people in the pews.
Yes, all of it. Absolutely all of it. As a catechist, we were formed to learn about the 6 ways we're supposed to form the people of God. And one of the ways I talked about in the video for the conference is formation for synodal life. And it begins young. Like I said, we don't even talk to the people in our pews. How are we supposed to be synodal? How do we tear down structures if I can't even tear down the structure in my heart that disables me from saying hello to my neighbor? We've reduced Christianity to following propositions rather than trusting that in my neighbor the Holy Spirit is speaking. In my neighbor's cries and in their wounds is Christ calling out to me. That is the renewed formation that we need. Very simple. Very simple.
Thank you, Mark. I failed to repeat the question there for our audience online and in Bristol. The question was about formation and asking Mark to develop that idea. And so that was Mark's excellent response. We have 4 minutes. We have a question that's interesting that came online. Can you imagine a time where there is no longer an LGBTIQ community? When there is simply one Christian community?
I hope not, because you would lose a whole lot of fabulousness if that goes away.
I hope there's going to be a time where we aren't queer anymore, in the sense that we're not opposition to a norm that's instated, but that we are all, you know, just a community, nothing that has to be singled out. Just people who live their lives. There will always be people who are excluded, and we will always have to renew church, obviously. But maybe then it's us who are getting criticized, and I think that would be a wonderful change. It's the hope, the dream.
Thank you. Super quick question, since we have like 2 minutes, why not? Let's take advantage. Because there's some straight people in the audience. Yeah, I know. Can you believe it? They want to know what they can do as allies, that there is this silent majority of people that do support us. What can they do?
If I may speak, for instance, in my region, it was a great help when parents and families of LGBT people joined us for our church services, or even in a Pride March, or generally when I'm meeting church representatives, bishops, or priests. I always take a mom or dad or a cousin with me because they are the ones that the church representatives feel, oh, yeah, they have it bad because they have this gay or trans child, so they are the ones that I can help with. So basically be there and accompany your LGBT friends or a family when it is when they need your support in the church.
Fantastic.
Also, something I learned from allies in a German synod is talk about your way of learning openly. Because in a way that we as queer people, we can only impress with our stories and change lives, you know. But straight allies can come from a point, I used to think so too. But then I learned. And then I changed. And making this change transparent and visible is so important within a church. And it's something that can only be done by straight allies.
Thank you. So brilliant. Appreciate everyone's amazing contributions. So give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you all. So as our panelists leave the stage, our online audience is going to see a film clip from Women in the Church by filmmaker Olga Consuela Vélez Caro. Olga is currently a professor at the San Alfonso University Foundation in Colombia. Olga's in the room. Olga, where are you? Are you here still? Did you step out? Not to worry. The film is online in 2 versions, in the original Spanish and with English voiceover. On Monday's program, Hidden for Centuries. You can get it on YouTube. Thanks, everyone.
Of course, the decisions of the Synod will not affect all in society, since many are no longer involved in the Church. We don't know exactly whether anything definitive will come out of the Synod, whether there'll be any change of any importance. But at the very least, a space of ecclesiastical consciousness has been created, a space for the participation of the laity and the participation of women. In that sense, we can't leave this concept at the level of discussion. We must continue to push. As many women's groups working for full participation in the Church believe, we must keep pushing until the Church and equality become used to each other. Till there are no more closed doors, either at a legal level or in the realm of the imagination, which is, I want to say, the real issue. The problem isn't simply a legal one, but our patriarchal imaginations, which mean that when we see a woman, when we use female words for God, when we give a woman a level of responsibility which has been the preserve of men only for so long, we find ourselves instinctively rejecting these things because we've never seen women in these roles. Change the laws, change the imagination, change ecclesiastical practice. Not because it's the fashion, not because it's just occurred to us, but because it happened in those first Christian communities. If we want our church to be a testament to the fundamental equality of all its members, as Paul said in a well-known passage from Galatians, there's neither male nor female, Jew nor Greek, there's neither slave nor free man. This needs to be made concrete in our church in the 21st century.
Thank you. Thank you to Jamie and the amazing panel. Seriously, brilliant stuff. So now it is my pleasure to introduce you to Bridget Mary Meehan, who has already taken her place at the table. Bridget Mary has been ordained a priest and now a bishop in the Roman Catholic Women Priests movement. And she also co-led a beautiful liturgy in this room together with the Catholic Women's Council on Wednesday. I will hand over to you now, Bridget Mary, and you have a PowerPoint as well.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. This lovely drawing by artist Gary Harness of a woman priest walking on water. Okay. Is a powerful symbol for me. It's right here. Today, Roman Catholic women priests face the challenge of patriarchal resistance to co-create a new model of ministry that honors the gifts of God's people and to provide a place for everyone at the table, especially the marginalized and excluded. According to the story of Jesus walking towards the disciples on a stormy sea, Peter responds to Jesus' invitation to come by leaping out of the boat and walking on water. Like Peter, responding to the Spirit's call, Roman Catholic women priests are coming out of the patriarchal boat and challenging an exclusive male priesthood by ordaining women for public ministry in a companionship of equals. This prophetic call has placed us on the edge of the inside of the church as we follow the teachings and examples of Jesus that sets us free to love and to set us free and set others free from laws and structures that oppress. Outside the camp, writes Richard Rohr, is a prophetic position on the edge of the inside, which is described by the early Israelites as the tent of meeting outside the camp. Even though the tent is foldable, movable, and disposable, it's still a meeting place for the holy, which is always on the move and out in front of us. In this synod, Pope Francis has called for enlarging the tent to create a church where all are welcome. This is what Roman Catholic women priests have been doing for 21 years. We foster radical hospitality in the community of the baptized by inviting everyone to celebrate sacraments, including LGBTQ+, the divorced and remarried, and all who no longer feel they have a home in the church. I first experienced my call to ordination when I was a pastoral associate at Fort Myer Chapel in Arlington, Virginia in the 1980s. At that time, there was a priest shortage. So my job description included everything except presiding at Mass and sacraments. Often, when I conducted a communion service in the absence of a Catholic priest, the people would express their gratitude for the lovely Mass. Even though I made it clear that this was a communion service, they often called it a Mass. So it dawned on me, if only I could be ordained, they would easily accept me as their priest. And that would happen only if I left my comfort zone and was ordained in another denomination. Then That call to ordination finally came. In 2005, I was invited by a group of women from different faith traditions in our Florida community to lead discussions on women in the Bible. During one of these sessions, I shared with them that I was invited to attend the first North American ordinations of Roman Catholic women priests on the St. Lawrence Seaway. The women were delighted and told me that not only should I attend, but I should be ordained, and that they wanted me to be their priest. Only one woman even donated her frequent flyer miles so I could fly free to Canada. I was inspired by the courage of the 9 women who were ordained on the St. Lawrence River. I knew that it was time for me to jump out of the boat and prepare for ordination. So, on July 31st, 2006, I was ordained a priest by 3 women bishops, Patricia Friesen, Gisela Forrester, and Ida Ramming. The ordination took place in Pittsburgh on the riverboat Majestic. As the bishops and over 100 people laid hands on us, I felt Spirit's presence moving through all of us like an electrical current in what I call a holy shake-up. After returning to my home in Florida, I received a telephone call from Dick Fisher asking when was I going to schedule Mass. A few weeks later, 6 people gathered around my dining room table to celebrate our first house church liturgy. We named our community Mary, Mother of Jesus Inclusive Catholic Community, MOJO for short. After our local bishop, Frank Duane, warned Catholics not to attend our Masses because they were not real Masses and did not count, our weekly gathering outgrew my mobile home. This growth led us to rent St. Andrew United Church of Christ in Sarasota for our Saturday evening liturgies. When the bishop threatened to excommunicate everyone who came to our first ordinations, over 200 people filled the pews. Every time the bishop criticized us or threatened excommunication, our community tripled in size. In my experience, hierarchical opposition to women priests sometimes has been the gift that keeps on giving. The call to the full equality of women and for gender justice is the voice of God in our times that no one can silence. I'm a member of the Association of Roman Catholic Women Priests, which is part of the International Roman Catholic Women Priests movement that began in 2002 with the ordination of 7 courageous women on the Danube. Our first women bishops were ordained by an anonymous male Roman Catholic bishop from a well-known line of apostolic succession. The Vatican knows that, I am sure. On April 19, 2009, I was ordained a bishop by women bishops who were ordained by Bishop X. Therefore, our ordinations are valid, but in violation of church law. Canon 1024 states that only a baptized man can receive holy orders. In 2008, the Vatican issued a decree of automatic excommunication for the ordination of a woman. We reject this unjust punishment rooted in sexism. Women priests practice prophetic obedience to the Spirit by breaking an unjust man-made law in order to change it. We affirm the Church's teaching of the primacy of conscience and we live it every single day. Our movement offers a path towards gender justice and the healing of centuries-old misogyny in the institutional church. We walk in the footsteps of heroic women saints like Hildegard of Bingen, Joan of Arc, Mother Theodore Guerin, and Mother Mary MacKillop, who followed their consciences and withstood hierarchical oppression, including interdict, excommunication, and death. Church leaders have reversed outdated teachings, unjust laws, and harsh punishments in the past. Sometimes this happens when the person is safely dead. In Joan of Arc's case, she was declared a saint after being burned at the stake. In our times, Pope Benedict canonized St. Hildegard of Bingen and the two formerly excommunicated nuns, Mother Theodore Guerin from the United States and Mother Mary MacKillop from Australia. Apparently, excommunication is not a barrier to sainthood. Women priests are renewing sacramental theology and liturgical rites by emphasizing a theology of blessing, accompaniment, and community empowerment. We are turning the pyramid model, hierarchical domination, into open participatory circles where the entire community participates in decisions about ministries, spiritual programs, liturgical celebrations, and governance. We have been widening that church tent for 21 years by creating a church for everyone. We're on the same track as Pope Francis. At our ordinations, for example, after the bishop lays hands on the ordinand, the entire community is invited to do so too. For me, the highlight of every ordination is watching the faces of the people as they bless the newly ordained. In a people-empowered church, the community is taking their rightful place at the table in a community of equals. I will never forget another example, and this happens all the time, seeing women weep. This case, Marie wept after receiving communion in our house church. She said that after a hostile encounter with a priest years ago, she felt unworthy to receive the Eucharist in her parish church. But now she knew that she had a community that accepted her and would care for her and would love her. During COVID, my neighbor Pearl asked me to baptize her grandson, Champ, in her home. As we gathered around in a circle on her lanai, I began by affirming that Champ was loved by God from the first moment of his existence and now welcomed into the Christian community by his family and friends. I invited the baby's mother to pour the water as I recited the words. Grandmother Pearl and the entire family participated in the anointing with oil. When people are sick and infirm, I gather with their family and friends in their own surroundings to celebrate the sacrament of the anointing of the sick in a communal setting, inviting others to also anoint and pray together for healing and wholeness. When my friend Jack Duffy, one of the founding members of Mojo community, was dying in July of this year, his adult children asked to receive the sacraments at the anointing of the sick with their dad. We don't have any rules that we have to worry about. We can just respond to the Spirit and minister where we are called. So of course we did that. As they said goodbye to Jack, I sat with the children and the dog on his bed and cried with them. Before cremation, we gathered again to say a final farewell to his earthly remains and to affirm our eternal connection in the community of the saints. One time, I co-officiated with a Lutheran pastor at a Catholic Mass at a large wedding on Englewood Beach in Florida. Sheila, the bride, had been married 3 times and was not interested in jumping through the annulment hoops. Now, in her 70s, she met Ed, the love of her life, and wanted both the Lutheran minister and me to co-preside at an ecumenical liturgy that reflected both of their faith traditions. In June of this year, I took care of my dear friend Peg in her home during the last 2 weeks of her life. Peg was a support member of the Association of Roman Catholic Women Priests from the beginning days of the movement, who made things run smoothly and efficiently. She decided that she would like to be present at her own celebration of life. So together, we planned a beautiful Eucharistic liturgy and invited her friends, colleagues, and women priests, family, everyone to participate on Zoom. We sang her favorite songs, created photos featuring different parts of her life, and during the homily time, everyone was invited to share tender words of gratitude and love. It was a very powerful experience. We saw tearful faces and heard many wonderful, heartwarming stories about Peg and the impact she had on so many lives. As I anointed her body, the entire community held out their hands in blessing. When Peg held up the cup of consecration, she embodies the love of the feminine divine, embracing and connecting us spiritually forever. Roman Catholic women priests are redefining the ancient tradition of Eucharistic table sharing that builds community wherever we are, including cyberspace. Like Jesus' followers in the first centuries, we are gathering together to break open our lives, to share bread and wine in memory of Jesus, to reconcile and heal each other, and to live the Christ presence in our lives. Since COVID shuttered churches, our community has become a church without walls. Our weekly celebration of Eucharist occurs through a live online gathering in which the priest and online community participate in a shared homily and pray the words of consecration of the bread and wine that each member brings to the celebration in their own home. Then each member of the community receives communion where they are. In our Eucharistic gatherings, there's been a growing awareness that the real presence of Christ is experienced not only in the bread and wine that we consecrate, but also in the words we say to each other when we receive communion. You are the body of Christ, or you are the face of God. The experience of the real presence in Christ is drawing us more deeply into divine mystery, in which we live and move and have our being beyond anything we can ever imagine. Theologians today are reimagining the Eucharist as a profound act of cosmic love, in which the whole expanding universe, all the stars, galaxies, black holes, and the entire planet are present. In the encyclical Laudato Si, Pope Francis wrote, "In the Eucharist, the whole cosmos gives thanks to God. Indeed, the Eucharist itself is an act of cosmic love." In this mystical vision of Eucharist, the real presence of Christ encompasses all people and all creation in an ever-expanding act of cosmic love, transforming everything. The 2-year Synod that includes women as voting members is a hopeful sign that genuine change is taking place in the Catholic Church. We hope that Pope Francis' call for an open dialogue with the marginalized and excluded includes Roman Catholic women priests. We need to be at that table sharing this experience of what it means to live in a church for everyone. Here we are present. And I would like to invite the Roman Catholic women priests from the association to please stand so the community can see others of us are here. We come from holy ground on the inside edge to share our experiences of widening the tent by providing that spiritual home where all are welcome and where justice and equality for all women in ministry is healing the church and transforming it. Come join us on this exciting journey. Get out of the boat and walk on water with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget Mary Meehan. That was fabulous. Thank you so much. So now we will have a tea break, both here in Rome and in Bristol. And please, can you all be back just before the top of the hour? So 4 o'clock Bristol, 5 o'clock Rome. And please don't be late. You can be late for me, but you cannot be late for Sister Joan Chichester.
muovo, si stacca, si sgancia, continua, cioè si sente sempre, costantemente, si sente, si sente, si sente, non va via, se tocco qua, se tocco qui, cioè adesso c'è, mo ce l'hai. Scrocchia sugli pezzini che non va bene.
in Pakistan, we have a generate program for all the congregations. They send their sisters, young sisters, before their final vows to Lahore. So 1 year they are with us, and I teach them also. And I ask, what if usually say, your father said. So father said, then you have to do it. So what if a priest asks you an ethical question, demand? If you say, okay, come to my room or something, what will you do? Or if something happens to you, what will you do? Often this happens that if a nun is accused or caught, then the nun is sent home, not the priest. Priests are suspended for 6 months or a year or something. They are back in the church, but poor women have to suffer. The sisters are the one who go home, and then they bear all the shame from the society. Some of them, they just don't want to go home. Some of them become so sick, psychologically ill, that they do not know how to take such a decision from the church. So asking these kind of questions, it is very long struggle for church in Pakistan to challenge these kind of things.
Welcome back to Rome. That was a clip from Sister Dr. Nazreen Daniel. She's a theologian and field worker, also chairperson of the Major Superiors Leadership Conference of Pakistan. For the rest of her talk, you can see the program, the online program, in the section Being and Belonging, and that was screened on Thursday. And now we're at the part of our event where we have our two keynote speakers, Sister Joan Chichester and Dr. Mary McAleese. Their talks will explore two aspects of the same topic, and that is the discipleship of equals. We won't have any live questions today, no Q&A today. What we will do is collect your questions online or email the address, which is asksu2023@gmail.com. We'll collate them and ask as many as possible tomorrow, Saturday the 14th at 5:25 p.m. in Rome time. We will have Joan and Mary in conversation. So now to introduce Sister Joan Chichester. She is one of the most influential spiritual leaders and writers of our time. She has been writing about women and their place in the church for the past 50 years. It is essential reading for anyone who wants to change the church. Joan, where are you? Oh, I can see you behind the podium. Joan, your words have inspired, moved, and comforted so very many of us and millions around the world. And we are very honored to have you here with us at Spirit Unbounded. Please welcome Sister Joan Chichester.
You realize that all of you may simply be committed. And sometimes commitment takes us down very strange paths. So hang on, hold on, let's see what path we need today. I must admit to you, if you're sensing it, despite all that experience in my own life, I'm relatively nervous about this today because I heard a story and it has scared the life out of me. It comes from where I come from, and when those people find a story, they're not going to let go ever. This story, however, I'm keeping because I think it may explain the rest of this reflection to you. The story that is going around, as far as I'm concerned, proves the impact of what you're doing here and what you've given up in your life to be here and how hard it got here and how tired you are right now. But this story says you did the right thing. The story goes like this. God the Father, they tell us, is planning an important meeting. And he wants to have it in an important place. So he calls Jesus and the Holy Spirit together and he says, I've been thinking about going to Jerusalem for a synod. That'd be a great place, don't you think, for a synod? Jesus stands up in the middle of the assembly, bangs the gavel, and says, surely you are not serious, the Son says to the Father. You can go back to Jerusalem if you want to, but I'm not going, he said. They didn't want me there the first time, remember? No, I'm not going. So God the Father said, well, let's think just a little bit more. So they paused for a while, and finally God the Father sighed, oh, all right. I guess we'll just have to go to Rome, as usual. Rome, the Holy Spirit squealed. Rome? That's terrific, she says. I've been dying to go back to Rome. I haven't been there for almost 60 years. Point. This is truly important decision-making that we're about. So there are two other stories that I think can even better explain reflections on discipleship in this interim age. So let's begin. The first insight is from the Zen poet Basho, who wrote, I do not seek to follow in the footsteps of the old. I seek the things they sought. The second insight is from ancient monastic literature. Once upon a time, the monastic story goes, a teacher traveled to a faraway monastery where an old monastic had a reputation for asking very piercing spiritual questions. Holy One, the teacher said, give me a question that will renew my tired soul. Ah, yes, the old monastic said. Well, he said, in that case, your question is, what do they need? The teacher went away and wrestled with that question for days, but then, depressed and disappointed, he went back to the old monastic in disgust. Holy One, the teacher said, I came here because I'm tired and depressed and dry inside. I didn't come here to talk about my ministry. I came here to talk about my spiritual life. Please give me another question. Ah, well, the old monastic said, in that case, the right question for you is, what do they need? The right question for you is, what do they really need? That question haunts me. What do the people really need in a period like this? When the sacraments are being lost in a sacramental church, but all approaches to the question, even the admission that there is an admissible question about the nature and meaning of discipleship are being suppressed, and by some even denied. What do they really need? That has become a haunting refrain in me for more reasons than the philosophical. Why? Because up at the top of the Mexican mountain, up beyond miles of rutted road and wet flowing clay, I visited an indigenous village that was visited by a priest only once every year. But that was years ago. And now that mountain is still as high as it was, but the priest is at least 30 years older. Then 10 years ago, I spoke in an American parish of 6,000 families that was being served by 3 priests. But those priests told me they didn't have a priest shortage in that diocese. And why could that be, I asked. And they said because their bishop had just redefined the ratio of priests to people from 1 priest to every 250 families to 1 priest to every 2,000 families. And in diocese after diocese like that, parishes are being merged, closed, and turned into sacramental way stations, served by retired priests or married male deacons, both of which are designed simply to keep the church male, whether it is ministering or not. The number of priests is declining. The number of Catholics is increasing, while the number of certified lay ministers is shrinking because their services are being rejected or are simply redundant everywhere. At the same time, over our bridge into Canada, there's a 5-year-old girl who, noticing that all the priests in her parish were men, asked her parents one Sunday morning where the women priests were. The mother jumped to make it clear. In our church, darling, she said, we don't have girl priests. So the little 5-year-old girl frowned. She thought for a minute, and then she answered back just as clearly, then why do we go there? And it's a real story. It was the parents who told me. Clearly, the church is changing from the ground up, even while it continues to reassert its changelessness. It's a far cry from the dynamism of the early church, Prisca and Lydia, Tekla and Phoebe, who became disciples of Paul. And the scripture says they constrained him to stay there and open more new house churches, and they didn't want any apology, no argument, no tricky theological shell games about whether they were ministering in persona Christi or in nomine Christi. What do they really need now? The question and the answer, believe it or not, are clear. They need what they needed when the temple became less important than the Torah. They need what they needed when the faith was more a heartbeat than an institution. They need what they have always needed. They need community, not patriarchal clericalism. They need discipleship. So what is to be done at a time like this when what is being sought, discipleship, and what is clearly possible, discipleship, are being made 2 different things? The question may sound new, but the answer is an old one, an ancient one, a true one. The answer is discipleship. But if we seek the ordination that Jesus is seeking to give us, to Mary Magdalene to preach, to the Samaritan woman to teach, to couples sent on the road to Emmaus to begin new things out there, we too must pursue 3 different things. First, we must understand the nature of discipleship. Second, we must recognize the signs of the true disciple and the true discipleship. And third, we must be willing to give ourselves over to what discipleship demands now. Christian discipleship is by nature a very dangerous thing, and you need to be alerted to that. It has put every person who ever accepted it at risk. It made every follower who ever took it seriously on alert for rejection. Why? Because discipleship casts every fragile, new Christian community in tension with the times in which it grows. In the early church, to be a Christian community meant to defy Roman imperialism, to stretch Judaism, to counter pagan values with Christian ones. It demanded very concrete presence, and that took great courage, unending fortitude, and very clear public posture. Real discipleship meant the rejection of real things, as well as the risk of the new. It meant the rejection of emperor worship. It meant the forswearing of animal sacrifice, the inclusion of Gentiles, the elimination of dietary laws, the disavowal of circumcision, and the acceptance of women, and the supplanting of law with love, of nationalism with universalism, of a chosen people with a global people. The following of Christ was not, in other words, an excursion into philosophical argument. It was real and immediate and effective. It was, in other words, not easy then, and it will not be easy now to follow Jesus here, now, and everywhere. That is to follow the one who turns the world upside down, even the religious world. Real discipleship is a call to respond, to do something to make the community a real community. If that's what you want, that's what you must be. People with high need for approval, for social status, for public responsibility need not apply. Following Jesus leads always to places where nice people simply do not go. Christian discipleship is the commitment to live a gospel life, a marginal life, in other words, in this place, at this time, whatever the cost. To follow Christ is to set about fashioning a world where the standards into which we have been formed become too often the very standards we must ultimately forswear, like flag and fatherland, for instance, or profit and power, maybe, or chauvinism and sexism, or clericalism and authoritarianism, justified in the name of Christ. But justified in the name of Christ are not Christian virtues, whatever the system, church or state, that looks to them for legitimacy. Christian discipleship is about living in this world the way that Christ lived in his, touching lepers, raising donkeys from ditches on Sabbath day, and questioning the unquestionable. Discipleship implies a commitment to leave your notes and your homes here, your status and your securities here, to be now in our own world what Christ was for his. Like Jesus, the true disciple hears the poor and ministers to anyone, to everyone, unheard and abandoned, left to make their way alone, unnoticed and unwanted by a majority white patriarchal world that abuses power to garner profits, both immoral and unconscionable. The price, you see, is a high one. Discipleship cost Martin Luther King Jr. his life for freeing others. It cost Bishop Romero his life for protecting the poor. And it cost the monks of Tiberine their lives for refusing to make enemies their friends. Indeed, the nature of discipleship is passion and risk. Indeed, the nature of discipleship means that we must understand that discipleship is not enough. We must be marked by its mark. To the true disciple, the problem is clear. The church must not only preach the gospel, it must not obstruct it. It must be what it says. It must demonstrate what it teaches. It must then be judged by its own standards. The church that silently colludes with the lower wages of women workers and the homelessness of the abandoned, or the economic enslavement of immigrants, in order to garner special favor with the state, that church itself becomes just one more instrument of the state. The church that blesses oppressive governments, but fails to speak out for those who live in lean-to barrios in order to gain privileges for the church, makes itself an oppressor as well. In the same vein, religion that preaches the equality of women, but does absolutely nothing to demonstrate it within its own structures, proclaims a theology of equality that is biblical, but constructs for the church an ecclesiology of superiority that is out of sync even with its best self, and so itself keeps discipleship in bondage around the globe. Half of us are here, half of us are not, but we're equal. You remember, equal. Repeating the theological errors that underlay centuries of church-sanctioned invisibility of women everywhere, and the pauperization of women in the name of keeping motherhood in thrall around the world yet to male ownership and inhuman control, simply flies in the face of the Jesus who overturned all the tables in the temple, contended with Pilate in the palace, chastised Peter to put away his sword, and despite the teaching of the day, cured the woman with the issue of blood and refused to allow his own apostles to silence the Samaritan woman, on whose account Scripture tells us thousands believed that day. Indeed, the life of Jesus shows us that the invisibility of women in the church threatens the very nature of the church, which is why these decisions are so important. Real discipleship refuses to legitimate the sin of sexism. It must not be based on cultural norms that make maleness supreme, and it is certainly must not be based on the life of Jesus. On the contrary, equality pits the heart of Christ against the heartlessness of an eminently male-oriented, male-defined, male-controlled world where women follow Jesus in every crowd. Inequality is simply not the model Scripture gives us of true discipleship. The true disciple insists, as the fearless biblical champions Judith and the liberator Esther did, when they did what heretofore had been acceptable only for men. Why? Because men said that only men could do it. And so themselves became holy women warriors who announced the equality of God. Esther and Judith, these prophet saviors of their people, as sure as Moses was of his, gave the people what the men would not give, freedom and power and the fullness of humanity to all. But the Christian church said nothing about that kind of discipleship in women for almost 2,000 years. You've got to hurry to catch up, kids. You're going to lose on that one bit. You see what's being said here? Jesus' "Come follow me" becomes an anthem of public equality from which no one is excluded, and for which no risk is really too great. Discipleship is not an intellectual exercise of assent to a body of doctrine. Discipleship is not an intellectual exercise of assent to a body of doctrine. Discipleship is an attitude of mind. It's a quality of soul, both male and female, which changes a church into the church that is more communal, more global, more equal than it is ecclesiastical, clerical, or male. Discipleship, in other words, is meant to change things. Change things. It does not ignore things as they are. Some of us fully human, some of us, well, maybe not so much. It refuses anything and everything that defies the will of God for humanity, no matter how common, no matter how historically patriarchal, no matter how often it has been called the will of God by those who purport to determine what that is, or more likely intend to impose what they say it is. The disciple takes aim at institutions that call themselves freeing, but which keep half the people of the world, women, in spiritual bondage. True discipleship takes the side always of the poor, the minority, the outcast, the other. Not because the poor and powerless are more virtuous than the rich and the powerful, but because the God of love wills for the needy what the uncaring ignores for them. Discipleship cuts a reckless path through corporation types like Herod, through institution types like the Pharisees, through system types like the money changers, and through chauvinist types who see themselves as apostles, who even now, even today, even here, in this place at this time, want to send the women away. Discipleship stands bare naked in the middle of the world's marketplace, and in the name of Jesus, cries aloud all the cries of the world until someone somewhere hears and responds to the poorest of the poor, to the lowest of the low, to the most outcast of the rejected. Anything else, all the pomp, all the gold lace and red silk, all the rituals in the world The Gospels themselves attest to us are certainly mediocre and surely bogus discipleship. And therein lies the problem. It's one thing then for an individual to summon the courage it takes to stand alone in the eye of a storm called the real world. But it is another thing entirely to see the church itself be anything less than the living Christ that healed the sick and raised the dead and sent the disciples out to preach. Who were they that were sent out? Women, spiritual leaders, followers of Jesus as well as men. Why? Because the Church of Jesus Christ is not called to clericalism. Anybody with the proper uniform can do that. Buy a cheap one and march. But it won't have anything good for your soul. No, instead, the Church of Christ is called to true discipleship. For the church, for you and me then, as well as the institution, not to meet what discipleship demands now, is for the church, for you and me, to abandon the discipleship our baptism demands us to pursue. To see a Church of Christ ignore the little ones or refuse the invisible their due, and so institute the very systems in itself that it purports to despise in society, is to see no church at all. In this kind of church, the gospel has long been reduced to the catechism. In this kind of church, prophecy dies, and justice whimpers, and the truth becomes too dim for the searching heart to find. As a result, new life questions are emerging with startling impact while we're ignoring the answering of them. Will our children survive climate change? Will our generation provide enough food for the whole world? Will we allow immigrants place and people of color office where we may all grow together, or will we put ourselves down and on our own religious swords become, quote, the Christian family rather than Christian enemies? It is time for the church to become church to every parts of the church. And the greatest question of them all is what will happen to the women? To half the intelligent, the visionary, the wise, to the other half population of the globe. Right now, women are most of the poor, most of the refugees, most of the uneducated, most of the beaten and bloodied, most of the rejected, most of the absent decision-making voices, even in the church, where educated, dedicated, committed women are being ignored yet, even in the pronouns of the Mass. Where is the presence of Jesus from the church to the abandoned woman, to the woman alone, to the woman whose questions, cries, and life experience are no place to be seen in the systems of the world, while the church says nothing, except, of course, to be defined as a second kind of human nature. It's really okay. It's just, it's not quite as competent. It's not quite as valued. It's not quite as human. It's not quite as graced by God as men are. What does the theology of discipleship demand here? What does the theology of a priestly people imply here? Or put it this way, Are they really saying that women are simply half a disciple of Christ? To be half commissioned, half noticed, half valued, and half acceptable? In the light of these situations, there are consequently questions in the Christian community today that cannot be massaged out of existence by footnotes any longer. They cannot be obscured by jargon anymore, nor are they made palatable to the conscious by our retreat to faith anymore. You have to learn to believe here. Where is your faith? Don't worry about this. God loves you. All you have to do is keep the faith. Our faith. My faith. The faith I gave you. That faith that I made up. You'll love it. It's really nice. On the contrary, before these issues, the footnotes falter. Faith itself demands the question. The discipleship of women is the question that is not going to go away. Indeed, the discipleship of the church in regard to women is the question that will, in the long run, prove the church itself or not. In the woman's question, the church is facing one of its most serious challenges to discipleship since the emergence of the slavery question, when as a church we argued then too that slavery was the will of God. The major question facing the Catholic hierarchy today is, what does discipleship really mean in a church that wants silent women in a world that needs thinking, committed, caring, courageous women in this world, like Mary of Nazareth or Mary Magdalene and the deacons, Prisca, Lydia, Thecla, Phoebe, to gather the church together anew. If discipleship is reduced to maleness, what does that do to the rest of the Catholic dispensation? If only men can really live discipleship to the fullest, what is the use of a woman aspiring to the discipleship baptism implies? Baptism demands, but does not demonstrate in the life of the church at all. What does it mean for women themselves who are faced with rejection, devaluation, and a debatable theology based on the remnants of a bad biology that they've theologized? What do we do when a church toys with the equality of men? You can do a little reading here, dear. You can distribute a few here, a little bit of it. You can do that, dear. You can march the first communicants off the dear. So everybody can see what you are in this parish. What do we do when a church toys with the equality of women, but builds itself on structures that assure their inequality? What, in fact, does the rejection of women at the highest levels of the church mean for men who claim to be enlightened, but continue to support the very system that mocks half the human race? A friend of mine, asked a seminarian about to be ordained how he could possibly, in conscience, go through that cathedral's door while his sisters stood outside. The nice thing about dumb is you don't have to pretend an answer when you don't have one. It can't be answered. When, in fact, does the rejection of women at the highest levels of the church mean for men who claim to be enlightened but continue to support the very system that mocks half the human race? What does it mean for the church that claims to be a follower of the Jesus who healed on the Sabbath and raised women from the dead and contended with the teachers of the faith. And finally, what does it mean for a society badly in need of a cosmic worldview on the morning of a global age? The answers are discouragingly clear on all counts. Christian discipleship is not simply in danger of being stunted. Discipleship has, in fact, become the barrier to something the church itself teaches is required of us all, and then tells us they can't do. Everybody has to do this, men and women, not you. Not you. Somehow or other, women are beginning to wonder if discipleship has anything to do with them at all. And therein lies the contemporary question of discipleship. Some consider faithfulness to the gospel to mean what we have always done. Others find faithfulness only in being what we have always been. The distinction is crucial to our understanding of tradition. The distinction is also essential to the understanding of discipleship in the modern church. When the tradition becomes synonymous with the system, and maintaining the system becomes more important than maintaining the spirit of the tradition, discipleship shrivels and becomes at best fidelity to the past, but not deep down commitment to the presence of the living Christ here and now, comforting the leprosies of this age. The world into which Jesus was born, called the blind and diseased, sinful, a female child, useless, a menstruating woman, unclean. And so all of them, marginal to the system, condemned to the fringes of life, barred from the heart of the temple. But Jesus takes each of them to himself. Despite the laws, regardless of the culture, notwithstanding the disapproval of the spiritual notables of the area, and Jesus fills them with himself and sends them as himself out to the highways and byways of the entire world. To be disciples of Jesus means that we must do the same. Discipleship infers it requires no less than the confirming, ordaining love of Jesus for everyone, everywhere. But then, who can dare then to take upon themselves the audacious right to draw limits around the will of God for those we call useless, incompetent, unlovable? Discipleship and the audacity of faith are of a piece. To say that we believe that God loves the poor, judges in their behalf, wills their deliverance, but to do nothing ourselves, to lift the weight of rejection from them for the divorced and the remarried, for instance, or the LGBTQI and the woundedness of them, to ignore their pleas, to question their courage, to turn our backs on their behalf, is to proffer an empty faith indeed. To say that God is love and not ourselves love as God loves may well be Catholicism, but it is not Christianity. To preach a theology of equality, to say that all persons are equal in God's sight, but at the same time to maintain a theology of inequality, a spirituality of domination, that bars half the human race on the basis of gender, that says that women have no place in the dominion of the church and the development of doctrine, and all of this in the name of God is to live a Catholic life. But if discipleship is the following of Jesus beyond all boundaries, at all costs, for the bringing of the reign of God, for the establishment of right relationships, then to ground a woman's calling to follow Christ on her ability to look like Jesus obstructs the very thing the church is founded to do. It obstructs a woman's ability to follow Christ to the full, to give her life for the others, to bless and preach and sacrifice and herself build community in his name, as the documents on priesthood from Vatican II say that a priestly people must do. And it does it in defiance of the gospel itself. How can a church such as this call convincingly to the rest of the world in the name of justice to practice a justice it does not practice itself? How is it that the church can, with integrity, call other institutions to deal with women as full human beings made in the image of God, when their humanity is precisely what the church itself holds against them in the name of God? It is a philosophical question of immense proportions. It is the question which, like the creation of women, brings the church to the test. For the church to be present to the woman's question, to minister to it, to be disciple to it, the church must itself become converted to this issue. In fact, the church must become converted by the issue. Men who do not take the woman's issue seriously may be priests, but they cannot possibly be disciples. They cannot possibly be other Christs. Not the Christ born of a woman, not the Christ who commissioned women to preach him, not the Christ who took faculties from a woman at Cana, not the Christ who sent women to preach resurrection to apostles who would not believe it then and do not believe it now. Not the Christ who sent the Holy Spirit on Mary the woman as well as on Peter the man. Not the Christ who announced his messiahship as clearly to the Samaritan woman as to the rock that then shattered. If this is the Jesus whom we as Christians, as church, are to follow, then the discipleship of the church is now mightily in question. Indeed, the poet Basho writes, "I do not seek to follow in the footsteps of those of old. I seek the things they saw." Discipleship depends on our bringing the will of God for humankind to the questions of this age, as Jesus did to his. As long as tradition is used to mean following in the footsteps of our past, rather than seeking to maintain the spirit of the Christ in the present, then it is very unlikely that we will preserve more than the shell of this church. The consciousness of universalism of humanity across differences has become the thread that binds the world together in a global age. What was once a hierarchy of humankind is coming to be seen for what it is, the oppression of humankind, while on the horizon of the cosmos, the humanization of the human race is upon us. The only question for the church now is whether the humanization of the human race will lead as well to the Christianization of the Christian church. Otherwise, discipleship will die, and the integrity, the truth, the Jesus life of the church will die with it. We must take discipleship seriously, or we shall leave the church of the future with functionaries, but without disciples. The fact is that Christianity lives in Christians, not in catechisms. not in documents called definitive, to hide the fact that they are at best simply time-bound, not embodied in platitudes about special vocations, not in old errors dignified as tradition. The new fact of life is that discipleship to women and the discipleship of women is key to the discipleship of the rest of the church. The questions, dear friends, are clear. The answer is obscure and uncertain, but crucial to the future of a church that claims to be the eternal presence of the living Jesus. A group such as this, such as you, who took this time, made this journey, invested your heart. A group such as this, such as you, at a time like this, a priestly people in a growingly priestless period must keep the total vision clearly in mind. But we must also keep the tasks of the present clearly in mind. And the task of the present is not preparation for priestly ordination, but at least for the right to discuss a festering question of whether or not women are fit matter to receive the sacraments of orders. No, the task of a synodal church at a time such as this is to go on yourselves in the co-creation of a new cosmic theology of the church. We need a group free of century-old mandatums that will organize seminars, hold public debates in the style of the great medieval disputations on the full humanity of indigenous peoples, hold teach-ins, sponsor publications, write books, post educational websites, gather discussion groups around the topics of whether or not infallibility was really infallible when they said it was. Christian sensitivity to the sensus fidelium and the clear exclusion of women from the restoration of the permanent diaconate and official manner of discipleship for women, incidentally, is more than aware of its ancient theology, history, ritual, liturgy, and tradition firmly, fully, and clearly on its side as it did 2,000 years ago. Clearly, it's time to bring into the light of day the discussions that lurk behind every church door at this moment in every seeking heart. If, as Vatican II says, preaching and community building are the foundations of development, then proclaiming the coming of this new synodal church, sacrificing ourselves to bring it, and shaping a community new with the notion of a new kind of priest and permanent women deacons may be the greatest priestly service of them all right now. So we must keep turning and turning and turning toward the direction of discipleship as women always have, but differently now, and alone, whatever. For as Basho says, we do not indeed seek to follow in the footsteps of those of old. We seek the things of that they sought, the fullness of life, both human life and spiritual life, the fullness of both. We don't seek to do what they really need. No, we need much more than that. We need now to do what they really, really need. And that is a synodal church that listens. Go, all of you, and do it now. And as we go into this moment, remember this, if nothing else, if the people of God will lead, eventually the leaders will follow. Thank you for coming.
Okay,
Put it up.
Height difference. Joan. Thank you, Joan Chittister. We are sitting here. I'm not sure if you've situated yourself quite, but we are literally a stone's throw from those giant Vatican walls. So I think tonight, after your speech, we need to go check that wall for cracks. Bravo to you. Okay, back to you in Bristol for a little break, and then we will move on with the program and introduce Dr. Mary McAleese.
And thank you very much there, Miriam. And obviously to Sister Joan Chittister there as well for her knockout words. We thought it would be actually quite helpful to come back to Bristol at this point and just catch up with you and some of the comments that are coming in, because we've had a lot of people taking time to feed back on what's happened today. So we're just going to run through a couple of comments now before heading to some music and then obviously returning for Dr. Mary McAleese. So we've got people from North Wales, we've got Diane saying hello, we've got the Ordinary Office saying hello from Jarrow, praying for you all, so sad not to be there. We've got Sharon in the West Indies saying, I got up at 5 to watch and particularly loved the questions and answers by the 2 women directors who made a documentary in the Holy Land. The discussion was vibrant and very informative, better without the PowerPoint. We also had about Paola Lazzarini, Alicia saying, long black dresses belonging to the priestly caste, a good observation. Thank you, Paola. Luca, Badini, we've had Brian saying, superb presentation, thank you. The LGBTQIA+, Kerry has said, Mara is intelligent, eloquent, and gave me hope for the future of our church. What a wonderful and inspiring group of people. May God bless them in the work they are doing to bring about change in the Catholic Church. We've had people from St. Joseph's in Leicester, my granny's parish. Thank you, Jamie, Miroslav, Marianne, Mark, Mickey, and Mara, a heartfelt presentation. And Rosframpton, unclear why some issues in the ceremony around sexuality, if they weren't engaging in active sexual relationships, unless their countries had issues. So it's good to have some kind of questions there coming in. Regarding Bishop Bridget Mary Meehan, we've had Rosframpton saying, in the 80s, I worked similarly in a parish, doing everything except a few things like Mass, although I did preach at times. I had the same responses from parishioners who were unsure initially, but welcomed it after a while. So awesome feedback. Thank you so, so much. I'm just going to round up now with this last piece from Patricia in Virginia. She says, in your opinion, can you name 3 things that the folks listening today could do to play a part in transforming our church? I want to know what I can do. And I just want to say, please tune in tomorrow for the second listening session, as we'll be discussing just what we can do.
And can we explain the picture, Breck? I think it's, it looks to me very much like Martha's community back in Dombashawa in Chinnamora village. Fantastic.
We're tuning in.
And now I think we need to express a very big thanks to Porter's Gate, which is a sacred ecumenical arts collective that reflects and impacts community in the church, founded in 2017 by Isaac and Megan Wardell, with a mission to be a porter for the Christian church, one who looks beyond the church doors to welcome guests. Their very great generosity, they have given us music right throughout this week to use for free, and we'd like to express our profound thanks to them and to welcome them with a short 5-minute musical interlude before we get to hear Mary Macalise. Porter's Gate with Christ Has No Body Now But Yours. Thank you so much.
Do you remember how the words go to the song that we did today?
Christ has no body but yours.
Christ has no body now but yours. No hands, no feet on earth but yours. Yours are the eyes with which he sees. Yours are the feet with which he walks. Yours are the hands with which he blesses all the world. Yours are the hands.
Hello, we're back in Rome. If you can take your seats, Rome, please. Is Bristol sitting down? Usually. A huge thank you to Josh Garrels and the Porter's Gate Project for the beautiful music that you just heard and has also been throughout the online program for Spirit Unbounded. The Porter's Gate, thank you. The music has been freely given to us by Porter's Gate Worship Project. They are a sacred ecumenical arts collective, musicians, pastors, writers, and scholars formed in New York in 2017. So now we will continue with our program and our second keynote speaker today on the theme of the discipleship of equals. Dr. Mary McAleese. She was the two-term president of Ireland. Among her many qualifications, she's recently become a Doctor of Canon Law and completed her PhD at the Pontifical Gregorian University right here in Rome. And to have such an accomplished and beloved stateswoman, theologian, and legal expert speaking out so courageously for justice in the Church has meant the world to so many people around the world. Mary, we are so grateful to you for your courage, and we are honored to have you with us at Spirit Unbounded.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we surely haven't been throwing stones here, but we've thrown an awful lot of ideas and words, and thank you, Joan, for those magnificent words that we just heard from you, that inspire so many of us and keep us going, and answer the question of that little girl, why are we still going? Well, this is why. This is why. We're gathered in this forum here in Rome and in Bristol and around the world because we believe that the God who created rampant human diversity created us as equals, all of us. We believe that Christ created a discipleship of equals. We believe that inequality scandalizes Christ. We believe that our human rights are central to the equality which is God's inalienable gift to all his children. And we believe that the Catholic Church, which should be and could be an exemplar of that equality, of that respect for our human rights, is not. Instead, the biggest Christian church in the world, the biggest NGO in the world, the only faith system to have permanent representative status at the United Nations, a key influencer of laws, attitudes, cultures on 5 continents. It is languishing in a deepening credibility crisis precisely because it has failed to reform an outdated internal structure of governance, of teaching and laws, in which inequality is deeply embedded, and in which the human rights of those of us who are members of the Church are routinely restricted, especially the ones that we're exercising here today, the fundamental intellectual freedoms of expression, opinion, conscience, and religion, including freedom to change religion. And we believe that Christ's mission is impeded as a consequence. The Second Vatican Council seemed to mark a change from the old church law, in which, as Robert Kesslin notes, the church was perceived as a society of unequals, depending on whether one had received ordination or not. Lumen Gentium spoke of the true equality regarding dignity and action of all the Christian faithful. Even more importantly, Gaudium et Spes said that all men and women share a basic equality, which, in their words, needs to be increasingly recognized. However, As the late Hans Kung observed, in spite of the impetus of the Council, it has hitherto not been possible to decisively change the institutional, personal power structure of the Church leadership in the spirit of the Christian message. And that remains the case. Pope Francis's initiation of a synodal journey was prompted by the rapidly escalating disillusionment of the faithful for many reasons. And we wish the Synod of Bishops well as it takes place here in Rome and then again next year. But its structure, notwithstanding modest lay, including female participation, it's still modelled on a discipleship of unequals. That's what's happening across the wall. It is a discipleship of unequals, if it is a discipleship at all. And there is evident unease as to how to deal with what has been a very powerful show of lay strength in the synodal journey so far, especially in the determined push from the laity for a discipleship of equals, where what affects all is discussed by and decided by all. So, emboldened by the courage of the German Catholic Church's egalitarian synodal process, inspired by the openness, the equality, the freedom of speech in evidence at the Root and Branch Synod back in 2021, the people of God throughout the world have participated in a prayerful debate and discernment synodal process initiated by Pope Francis, spanning 5 continents and virtually all episcopal conferences. So they have turned the Pope's synodal process into the people's synodal process. And now the test is, will the Synod of Bishops stay faithful to the discernment of the people of God? Pope Francis, as we know, tried unsuccessfully to steer the synodal discussions away from controversy. But the laity, beginning of course with the German synodal process, resolutely resisted and insisted on their right to debate what they wanted to debate contentious issues, even those on which the magisterium had fixed contradictory views that are often backed by claims of infallibility. Until now, the people of God have had no internal church forum in which to have such discussions, let alone have their views distilled, discerned into a working document for discussion at 2 synods of bishops. And Pope Francis can certainly claim credit for that notable development. But lay pressure can claim even greater credit. Under that pressure, the Pope reversed a very hardline message published with his approval, signed by him, written by the then Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith in 2021, which banned church blessings in perpetuity for gay married couples. And it used the language which said that such members were incapable of receiving or expressing God's grace. Remarkable. Particularly remarkable, it happened in March, 15th of March, I'll never forget it, because 2 days later we had priests all over the country blessing pot plants of shamrocks, which apparently, for St. Patrick's Day, which apparently are capable of receiving or expressing God's grace. Remarkable. Hardly surprisingly, the ban and that dreadful language provoked widespread outrage among the people of God, lay, clerical, and episcopal. That same pressure and simmering outrage is also visible in the Pope's decision to permit the participation of a token number of women and other lay synod members for the first time, and to give them voting rights. There has been a resounding demand from right across the church, doesn't matter what continent, for equality for women in the church. And quite frankly, had this Synod of Bishops opened this month with no concession to that now mainstream majority voice, it might as well just have closed the doors on day one. Well, actually, the doors are closed anyway. But they might as well have closed up shop on day one. So ironically, though, this inclusion of a very small cohort of women, much trumpeted, it merely highlights the extent of the continuing gender imbalance at the core of church governance. It also continues to highlight the resistance to equality in all its fullness. Equality is a right, it's not a favour. The women who are attending the Synod in the Vatican are there as a favour, not as a right. And well-intentioned though that may be, it is not enough, because the ongoing failure to include women, especially to the diaconate, to the priesthood, to decision-making processes, is visibly shrinking membership of the church, access to the sacraments, and especially the Eucharist, and to vibrant parish life in all its fullness. It's clear that the synodal discernment of the people of God includes serious levels of dissent from magisterial teaching on among other things like gender equality, female ordination to whether it's the diaconate or the priesthood, inclusion of LGBTIQ Catholics, church teaching on human sexuality, co-responsibility with the laity, compulsory celibacy, transparency and accountability of governance, credible safeguarding of children, Eucharistic access for divorced and remarried Catholics. These and a raft of other issues prayerfully discerned by the people of God these past 2 years, but based on discussions for donkey's years before that, they now confront the Synod of Bishops, which, according to Cardinal Grech, is asked to carry out a careful discernment of the contributions. We have to hope that it will also be a courageous discernment, for anything less will signal duplicity and not true discipleship. Veiled discussions behind closed doors, which are subject to confidentiality and publishing restrictions, are disappointingly old school, and they smack of a reluctance to trust even the Holy Spirit. So we are here to showcase what happens when you trust the Holy Spirit. We are here to showcase what a discipleship of equals looks like, what a way of being church looks like when we meet prayerfully in Christ as equals, with mutual respect, complete freedom of speech and opinion, openness to the Holy Spirit, and open doors out to the world. And our ambition is for a church where magisterial teaching is proposed, not imposed, where teaching is arrived at through a process where what affects all is discussed by all, decided by all, where church members are volunteers, not conscripts, where all are equal regardless of gender or lay or clerical status, and where governance roles are open to all, just decided on talent, ability, where canon law acknowledges our God-given human rights set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights back in 1948 and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1989, to which, incidentally, the Holy See is a state party. And those rights include the intellectual freedoms that the Church is so afraid of: freedom of speech, belief, conscience, opinion, religion, including the right to change religion. None of those things are how church teaching or canon law is right this minute. So let's just stop for a moment and consider why things are the way they are. And to do that, we have to go back to baptism. Baptism, not birth, is what brings us into not just the membership of the body of Christ, that very beautiful thing, but membership of the Catholic Church. Any of you who have seen the film based on the life of Mary, Queen of Scots recently, the new film, will know it opens with a piece of text that says, Mary, Queen of Scots was born a Catholic. I went to see the film with my family, so we were all lined up in the second row, and I go, no, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. That is theologically, canonically, factually, just completely incorrect. And from the bottom end of the row, my son goes, we're all theologically literate in this row, Mum. Do you think you could just shut up and let us watch the film? But I couldn't. I was just so upset that after 2 years making a film, they get something so basic wrong. Because it is baptism. Baptism brings us into the church, according to canon law. So listen to these words from the Code of Canon Law. It says, by virtue of our baptism, we are always obliged to maintain communion with the church. We are bound, these are all the words from the canon, I'm not making these up now. We are bound to follow with Christian obedience those things which the sacred pastors declare as teachers or establish as rulers of the church. Now, we have a right, according to canon law, to manifest our opinion to each other and to our sacred pastors, but we've got to do that without prejudice to the integrity of faith and morals, and with reverence toward our sacred pastors. Those who are engaged in the sacred disciplines, like theologians or religious scholars, they have, oh, thank you very much, a just freedom of inquiry. Oh, joy, oh, bliss. But we have to express our opinion prudently while observing submission due to the magisterium of the church. Ecclesiastical authority can, according to Canon 223, can direct the exercise of our rights. Wow. And in the exercise of our fundamental freedoms in the secular civil sphere, we are to heed the doctrine set forth by the magisterium of the church. The language of these canons is the typical language of elitist, hierarchical, top-down control. It is not a language which in any shape or form honors our fundamental, intellectual, inalienable, God-given freedoms. Quite the opposite. And although it was promulgated some 35 years after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 1983 Code of Canon Law reads as if it never heard of our fundamental human rights, as if any rights we have are at the discretion, grace and favour of the magisterium. Now, there's a reason for that. And the reason is the dependence of the magisterium's authority over us for its legitimacy on our baptism, and in particular, our so-called baptismal promises, which canon law says bind us for life to the church as church members for life, and they bind us to passive obedience to the magisterium and church laws. 84% of us who are included as members of the Catholic Church, we were baptized when we were non-sentient infants. I have a great picture of the lovely outfit I was wearing, but I can't remember it because I was 2 weeks old. And many of you will be in the same position. And I take no issue before anybody gets, makes a big mistake here, as others have in this discussion. I take no issue whatever with infant baptism when it is seen as God's gratuitous gift of membership of the body of Christ, a miraculous source of grace in our lives, which we are at liberty to draw down or not. But canon law attaches to baptism a very crude list of man-made rules, and they are man-made, which turn our christening into a very lazy form of lifelong conscription and subservience, which Christ never intended. To those who are literate in human rights law, the very idea that non-sentient infants can make promises or have promises made on their behalf shortly after their birth. It's risible. It's also very troubling. But it's a fundamental presumption of our church. The very idea that a childhood ceremony, which we couldn't comprehend, which we couldn't take an active part in, that would irrevocably bind us for life to a faith system and obedience to teachings which comprehensively impact our lives, but into which we have no input, that's also risible. Currently, canon law makes no provision for that child, baptized as an infant, to later validate their church membership when they are sentient and able to do so. Some people confuse the sacrament of confirmation as that point. That is not the theology of the sacrament of confirmation. Instead, that sacrament maintains the fiction of baptismal promises by asking us to renew them. One fiction feeds another, layering up a fake theology, which is no more than a construct of convenience to justify unchallengeable autocratic episcopal control and to guarantee our quiescence, our subservience. And canon law offers us no exit strategy, it brooks no dissenters, but rather it provides serious penalties for those who leave or those who oppose church teachings. And that this contradicts our God-given human freedoms, especially the freedom to make up our own minds, that's clear nowadays to an educated people of God. And indeed today many exercise their human right to leave, or like us to stay, while protesting and critiquing poor magisterial teaching. Canon law also demands that Catholic parents raise their children in the faith. Try doing that nowadays. And that in itself would not be problematic if canon law also honoured the child's right, when mature enough, in adolescence, to exercise its own freedom to choose the religion of its parents, or to walk away from it, to adopt another religion, to change and abandon religion, and also its right to the education and the information necessary to make informed choices. These rights are enshrined in both the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. But canon law makes no space for any of them, even though, and this I find is disgraceful, the Holy See is obliged as a state party to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child to respect the human rights of the child to intellectual autonomy as it matures into adulthood. It currently does not do so. So unless you're one of the very few people, the 16 or so percent, who entered the church as adult catechumens, there never were baptismal promises made by infants. They are a fiction, and that is the appalling vista to many in the magisterium. Simply, they cannot face the fact that their authority over church members, as currently understood and exercised, is legally and morally questionable. It belongs to an old, disintegrating empire of generals and conscripts, and it stands in the way of being church, that is a discipleship of equals and volunteers, members by choice, not compulsion. And there's not even, frankly, the merest hint that this reality is up for discussion at the Synod of Bishops. And yet it is a subterranean issue that is like a bunch of termites, eating away at the credibility of the magisterium and the church itself. Pope Francis, unfortunately, still operates out of the compulsion model. Listen to his very recent words on the teaching which excludes women from ordination. This was written in response to the dubia raised by the 5 cardinals. And he says that the teaching which excludes women is not a dogmatic definition. It is rather a definitive statement. He then says that the exact nature of a definitive statement is not fully developed, you think. But nonetheless, it must, this is his language, it must be adhered to by all. And then he says, it cannot be publicly contradicted, but it can be studied. And I'm here to say, Holy Father, many of us have studied it deeply and prayerfully for a very long time. And we are here to publicly contradict it because we have concluded that it is unscholarly, sexist humbug masquerading as very threadbare theology. And moreover, here's another stone going over the wall. Moreover, dear Holy Father, those little words of yours like must and cannot are offensive to our God-given freedoms of expression, opinion, and conscience. They're old school. They're not the future. Many Catholic women are tired of being spoken for. We resent, I know I certainly resent, the recent pretentious words of the head of the dicastery for laity, family and life. That's the one that is charged with responsibility for women in the church. And he said this, it's quite remarkable. The activities of women are exquisitely lay by their nature. Think about it. I mean, I'm happy with the exquisite. We are exquisite, yeah. But exquisitely lay by their nature? No, actually, Cardinal, they are exclusively lay by misogynistic magisterial decree. It absolutely beggars belief that this same dicastery, until it was publicly challenged September a year ago, that it published on its website as, wait for it, recommended texts, recommended reading, the words of Tertullian, which in 230 AD addressed women as the devil's gateway. You are the unsealer of that forbidden tree. You are the first deserter of the divine law. You are she who persuaded him whom the devil was not valiant enough to attack. You destroyed so easily God's image, man. On account of your desert, that is death, even the Son of God had to die. Dear God, whoa, all the bad things we did, and we didn't even know about it. And there it is, a recommended text from the dicastery responsible for women in the church. And until it was challenged, I was among those who challenged it last year, it was mercifully, let's say, disappeared from the website. Sad to say, you will find no mention of the words discipleship of equals in the working document for the Synod of Bishops. Absent too are any positive references to the human rights of church members. Instead, you will find scathing dismissal of human rights. The working document claims there is a risk of what they describe as a frenzy of individual rights claims that inevitably causes fragmentation rather than unity. It warns of the need to guard against falling into the abstractness of rights. I've taught civil rights and human rights for most of my academic life. Actually, rights are quite straightforward. It's the arguments against them that are strangulated and abstract. The working document's dismissive attitude to serious engagement with human rights of church members, it's nothing new, but it is very disappointing at this crucial stage in the synodal process to find in that document vestiges of attitudes to individual human rights which are more reminiscent of 19th century popes like Gregory XVI and Pius IX, who dismissed, in their words, as insanity the idea that individuals had the right to freedom of conscience, religion, opinion, and expression. Insanity. Yet the working document claims that the Synod on Synodality is designed to open horizons of hope for the fulfillment of Christ's mission. And we are here to welcome the opening of horizons of hope, but to point out that the Church's embedded inequality and restrictions on our human rights have shut down horizons of hope time and time again, thanks to wrong-headed teachings which have imposed misery on so many people. They provoked a church history which, even allowing for the good work of the people of God, over and over has dishonored, even impeded Christ's mission. Instead of the light hand of Christ reassuring us that we are loved and encouraging us to love others as ourselves and as he loves us, we have instead felt the heavy hand of austere, legalistic judgmentalism, which too often has encouraged self-doubt, self-hatred, and contempt for others. I remember when my mother, who had 11 pregnancies, I'm the oldest of the 9 who lived, but when after her last child was born, she hemorrhaged badly and had to have a hysterectomy. Our Catholic doctor couldn't organize it, so she had to go to a state hospital and a Protestant doctor. And shortly after she came home, bearing in mind that she was at death's door from hemorrhaging, our parish priest arrived in a temper, because we think the Catholic chaplain to the hospital had informed on her, and he was outraged that she was 38 years of age and still, as he said, of childbearing age, and had not asked his permission. So, what do we define as the Church's mission? And where does the discipleship of equals come from? Well, the answer is simple. In St. Matthew's Gospel, we find Christ's most important, terse final instructions. The Great Commandment, the Great Commission. The Great Commandment on which all law hangs, he said, is to love God with all your heart and soul and mind, and to love your neighbour as yourself. The Great Commission, go make disciples of all nations. Teach them what I have commanded you. Teach them. Don't enforce. Persuade. Teach. Go make disciples of all nations. All peoples. It was and is a clear and unqualified call to a discipleship of equals. Volunteer followers who journey together with a mission not to coerce but to persuade people of the transcendent power of love lived as Christ intended. A discipleship of all genders, peoples, powered by that divine grace of baptism, capable of ending enmity and bringing peace on earth among all God's children. That was the plan. It still is. It's very far from being realized. But we're committed to it. And we wonder, given the extent of the institutional resistance, whether the church leadership is ready to face the extensive internal culture change that will be required for a discipleship of equals. Ready to face a church in which members' human rights are no longer constrained by canon law or the magisterium, where communion can cope with controversy, where dissent is healthy, where what affects all is decided by all, where a catechesis of obligation is replaced by a catechesis of invitation and persuasion, where a reformed magisterium that will look nothing like the magisterium of today, serves and supports the people of God, relying on pastoral persuasion and support, not forced submission. The you must obey. That's the past. The human rights that provoke such resistance from church leadership are, of course, set out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Convention on the Rights of the Child, neither of which gets a mention, of course, in the synodal working documents. It was in 1948, and it's quite telling, isn't it, just this week? It was in 1948, in the aftermath of the horrific savagery of 2 world wars and the evil of the Holocaust, there arose again the cry of Rachel weeping for her children, all God's children, especially the generations to come. And in response, there came the insistent words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which set out for the first time in human history the birthright of all of us to the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. The Declaration didn't invent those rights. It didn't create them. It simply stated them. They are as old as creation itself. They are and always have been God's gift to his children. And they are, as the Declaration says, the foundation of freedom, justice and peace in the world. And in 1948, the world needed to be reminded of that. It still needs to be reminded of it today as much as ever. I think of the words of Stephen Spender, who bitterly asked in his poem, War God, why cannot the one good, benevolent, feasible, final dove descend? And then he answers his own question, for the world is the world, and not the slain, nor the slayer forgive. And it writes no histories that end in love. Yet under the waves, chains, chafing, despair, love's need does not cease. And we Christians dare to believe that Christ came into the world precisely to teach us how to write histories that end in love, to answer love's need by relating to each other in radical and generous ways, to love one another as he loved us, and so to transcend all the self-inflicted human ugliness that we are capable of by writing a history that ends in love, that severs those chains of despair. Regrettably, Christians and the Catholic Church among them have yet to write that history that ends in love. Too often, our church has been implicated in histories of rigid judgmentalism that simply ended in more and more human misery. Too often today, as in the past, the skewed teachings of our church hurt rather than heal. And I say that as the mother and sister of 2 wonderful gay men, and having been involved for the last almost 40 years with championing gay rights, and to see time and time again, to walk behind the funerals, the cortèges of those who could not face life anymore because of what our church inflicted on them. Pope John the 23rd seemed to understand that the post-war juncture was a crossroads for the church. He launched that wonderful encyclical, Pacem Terris, and of course, the Second Vatican Council. Unfortunately, in Pacem Terris, he set out 25 inalienable human rights, which arise by virtue of our being human. Remarkable. And they draw their authoritative force, believe it or not, from the natural law, he said, including the right of all women to take an active part in public affairs, and the rights to freedom in seeking truth and to freedom of expression and opinion. Wow. Sadly, those wonderful words, rather like the council, never became the powerful inspiration that they should have been. They didn't get around to developing what was hoped for, a charter of rights or human rights for the church. Even though the first Synod of Bishops back in 1971 said, let the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights be fully observed by all. In brackets, the rest, not us, in the church. Instead, the declaration, and with it the human rights of church members, disappeared from view bogged down when the post-conciliar church got totally bogged down for 20 years in drafting a new code of canon law that was obsolete virtually the day that it was first published. The late Cardinal Castillo Lara's words summarise the magisterium's attitude to individual human rights, saying, "The basic attitude of the faithful is not that of vindicating rights. The Christian is placed before God in a fundamental relationship of filial obedience." Unfortunately for church members, the new Code of Canon Law placed the faithful in a fundamental relationship of obedience not to God, but to the all too human and flawed magisterium. A magisterium with that we have no input into its teaching and no liberty in canon law to challenge. On his way back from World Youth Day in Lisbon last August, Pope Francis was challenged by journalists about the ongoing exclusion of women and the demonizing of LGBTIQ Catholics by the magisterium. And he said, "The church is open to everyone, but there are laws that regulate life inside the church." And that, dear Holy Father, is exactly the problem. We dare to suggest that the laws that regulate life inside the church do not all bear scrutiny. They're often oppressive. They are not consonant with our God-given inalienable rights. They are not consonant with the two documents that I've mentioned, the Convention, the Rights of the Child, the Declaration on Human Rights. More importantly, they are at odds with a God of love and a discipleship of equals. The synodal process offers an opportunity to recalibrate the shape of internal laws, structures, and relationships to drive towards a Christ-centered discipleship of equals, but only if the magisterium listens humbly and recognizes that there is a new leaven at work among the people of God. The people of God no longer bend the knee to the magisterium. They are now actively dismantling what is widely accepted as a dysfunctional magisterial culture and its long list of unchristian teachings. They are doing it from the bottom up, hollowing out misogynistic, homophobic, judgmental, legalistic, hierarchical authority by challenging it, ignoring it, or bypassing it. The magisterium saw this meltdown coming its way as far back as Humanae Vitae, with the ban on artificial contraception that was widely and is still widely ignored. To calm that storm, the magisterium resorted to a number of default positions, all based on our alleged baptismal obligations of the faithful. Every one of them has proved to be counterproductive. It dug in on doctrine and practice, pulled rank on the faithful, railed against aggressive secularism, blamed external forces, blamed the faithful for weak catechesis, poor evangelization, characterized itself as the blameless victim, accused critics and even, God help us, victims of abuse of bad faith, circled the curial wagons and silenced clerics who spoke out in favor of reform. When none of that worked and the dissent just got louder, it resorted to this tactic known as creeping infallibility. This is a sleight of theological hand by which it insinuated, without any formal, extraordinary declaration ex cathedra by a pope of infallibility, that hotly contested teachings were so widely accepted and so long held by the faithful that they were ergo infallible. That meant, sorry, they're closed to discussion, and they just have to be passively obeyed. And it applied to teachings such as the ban on artificial contraception, church teaching on homosexuality and marriage, euthanasia, the exclusion of women from ordination, but happily, none of that worked. The dissent and the disillusionment simply grew exponentially. And actions that were designed to crack the magisterial whip, to cement authority, well, they met a different kind of people of God. And these are the people of God that Francis confronted when he assumed office. And these are the people of God he now faces in his synod. In the West, clerical abuse and cover-up revelations have speeded up the evaporation of trust, vocations, finance, people in pews. In Africa and Asia, church numbers and vocations, we're told, look healthy, but the contagion, nonetheless, is capable of spreading, because the reports from all 5 continents say the same thing. There is consensus among the people of God across the 5 continents on all these things. So something had to give, and it did. And thanks to the chorus of internal discontent, we experienced the sudden onset of synodality, a term that is not mentioned in any document in the Second Vatican Council, and not mentioned in the Code of Canon Law. So now we're told that a magisterium that used to only talk among itself and then tell us what they thought, they have to listen to us, walk together with us, discern together the will of the Holy Spirit, while of course retaining their voting majority. So the old entitled culture of autocratic control, that was so quickly evident in the very crass papal and curial attempts, first of all, to muffle the wonderful German synod and to restrict the current synodal agenda to the anodyne and non-contentious. None of those things worked. It was too late. The synodal genie was out of the bottle. And now the Pope has to deal with people like us, people who neatly fit the description of Ireland's Nobel laureate Maeve Heaney in a different context. He talks about people with intelligences brightened and unmannerly as crowbars. But he describes my parents' generation as living under high banked clouds of resignation, a rustle of loss in the phrase, "not in my lifetime." So, the new well-educated generation would not be so submissive. And he warned that there's a subterranean tidal wave of rebellion forming. He says this, and I hope they listen across the way. What looks the strongest has outlived its term. The future what's affirmed from under. And we are here to keep the ongoing process in the Synod of Bishops honest and faithful to the powerful spiritual and theological discernment affirmed from under. We're here to assert that there's a widespread desire, evident in the diocesan and national synod reports, for a church which is a true discipleship of equals. We know the gravitational pull of resistance to change is strong, but we're here to encourage the Synod of Bishops to capture the spiritual zeitgeist, reorient the church towards its Christian mission of a discipleship of equals capable of writing histories that end in love. There is no other way to harness the energies and talents of all church members, or to truly honour Christ's mission and open the horizon of hope the Synod is praying for. In our time, we've heard the insistent voice of Pope Francis, strong in defence of social justice, including our responsibility to reverse man-made climate change, to care for the poor, the migrant, the marginalised. Back in 2019 at a conference in the Vatican, he spoke in uncompromising terms of the unacceptability of policies that lead to the acceptance and justification of inequality and indignity. Now, these words resonate strongly with international human rights discourse. Just one problem: they're addressed out there to the world. We need those words turned back in on our internal church sphere. We need that spotlight now to turn towards magisterial teaching, canon law, to governance structures, to decision-making bodies, to discern and to ditch what is problematic, and to do so in a thoroughgoing dialogue with the people of God. Equality and human rights are the oxygen that allow us to breathe the free, to breathe the free air of being men, women, and children that God intended to be free. They're the unified vision of humanity that makes equality and justice and oppression anathema to Christians. These are the things that push us to stand on our hind legs and courageously challenge anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, slavery, sectarianism, sexism, bigotry, exclusion, carelessness, imperial warmongering, autocracy, censorship, all the man-made weapons that foment disunity and disharmony among God's people and disrespect their rights, including the dishonest weaponization of the beautiful sacrament of baptism and its grace. We're missioned to challenge these things as disciples of Christ, whether we find them in the external world or internally within our own church. And today we see a church that is plummeting erratically on one wing when it could be soaring steadily on two. It was given two. A discipleship of equals will hopefully reveal and release the grace that flows from flying on two wings, powered by energies the magisterium currently wastes. Our message to the Synod of Bishops is clear. The Church's future is either nothing about us without us, or without us, there will be nothing but an empty space where the Church used to be. The high-banked clouds of resignation that Maeve Heaney wrote of are, he said, nowadays edged more and more with brassy thunderlight. Trusting as we do here in the Holy Spirit, we actually have no fear of a synodal thunderstorm, because when it's over, we believe there is the possibility of a refreshed landscape where the vanities of imperial hierarchical history are washed away, where our God reigns in love and we walk Christ's path together in a dynamic discipleship of equals, and where, for the first time in human history, we may just make a history that ends not in crucifixion, but in love. Thank you so much.
Bristol may have switched on the choir a little early. Thank you, Mary, for that powerful presentation. We literally had to throw open the windows in this room as you started speaking. And we let your voice carry. If Joan's words made cracks in those walls behind us, your words are surely making them crumble. We are finished our program for today in Rome, and online you will be going back to Bristol, where they will introduce you to the beautiful Renewal Gospel Choir. So it's good night to you all from Rome, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much to Rome and to Mary McAleese. Powerful. Renewal Choir is a well-established gospel community choir based here in Bristol, founded by Kim and Vernon Samuels in September 2005. Over 70 choir members, young and old, of the Renewal family represent a multitude of church traditions and non-church backgrounds. We extend our warmest thanks to them for coming to close our day. Vernon, Chair and Choir Music, thank you for leading tonight's music. Chair and Choir Member, thank you for leading tonight's music. We are so grateful. Thank you.
No mic? Oh, mic. Good evening, everybody. We are so happy to be here, to worship with you, to praise with you. We are singing gospel, which is traditionally a participatory style of music. So you may not know the songs at first, but they're really easy to catch on. You're free to clap your hands, you're free to stand up, you're free to sway, you're free to contemplate. Whatever you choose to do, we're just happy that you worship with us. The first song that we're going to sing is called Every Praise.
Every word of worship
Volume. Oh, here we go. So the next song we're going to sing, you're all going to recognize. It's called This Little Light of Mine. So very, very simple. Our lovely Tisha is going to sing the call, and then we're all going to respond. I'm going to let it shine. And let that be our prayer for today. Everywhere we go, wherever I am, I'm going to let my light shine. So Tisha?
I wish I could sing this bit, but it's probably best I don't. Thank you to the Renewal Gospel Choir of Bristol. It's such a perfect way to finish day one of Spirit Unbounded. We're definitely going to return to you in a moment, but just for now, we just wanted to remind you of what we've got happening with Spirit Unbounded tomorrow. We've got so much to look forward to. We've got more time with Sister Joan Chichester and Dr. Mary McAleese, our keynote speaker here in Bristol, Stephen Newcomb and Shauna Blue Star Newcomb. We've got Mary Exel, we've got Tom Doyle, but to name a few. Please join us at 9:30 here in England, 10:30 in Italy, and thank you to everyone around the world who's messaged us to say you've tuned in from South Africa, New Zealand, Canada, but to name a few. And now over to Mary.
We had a prayer to close with, but I'm just going to quietly hand it straight back to Renewal Choir because they're praying it for us. Yay!
Your voice, in darkened night, you are close, no other. I know you as a Father. I live in the goodness the goodness of
The higher you build your barrier, the taller I become, and the further you take my rights away, is the faster I will run. You can deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. No matter cause, there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, something inside so strong. Oh, there's something inside so strong.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. We've come to our very last song, and it's an oldie but a goodie. It's called Lean on Me. So I know that you know the words, so please feel free to sing along, stand up, clap your hands, and also let's speak to one another. I can lean on you, you can lean on me. Choir, we're going to lean on you.
If we are